also doesn't have the baggage of supporting this genocide, which is very unpopular. So, okay. And so anyway, it's just like, well, he's focused on the actual crisis, which is the unaffordability of New York City. They're talking about supporting this war, which has nothing to do with the role of the mayor anyway. And it's just like, you look at it, you can't believe that that's actually what they tried to attack him on. And so, yeah, he won.
Well, I think they're terrified of young people that are popular like that.
Yeah.
Like a young person who's a really good speaker, who's popular, who has ideas that, look, if you're living in New York City and you're struggling and someone comes along and says the problem that you're having is rich people are making too much money and we're going to redistribute that down to people, that sounds really attractive, and there's a lot more of them than there are of the rich folks, and they'll vote them in.
Yeah, well, that's right, and especially there's a reason why, you know, socialism is becoming so attractive to young people, and I think it's like what I was laying out before. They can't afford anything. There's no path for them to get into the ownership class.
It's not just that; it's the looming fear of AI taking away all jobs.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of
my
it as well.
kids talk about it. A lot of the kids that they go to high school with talk about it. I talk to college kids that are talking about it. I was talking to this guy about it. He's like, I really don't know what to do with my life because it feels like everything's going to be taken up by AI. That's a crazy place to be. Like you're waiting for this thing to come alive and see what it leaves behind.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. It's going to be this all-consuming thing. And then their solution that everybody talks about is some sort of payment plan for everyone, some universal basic income payment plan where everybody gets paid. But boy, does that stop dissent. But when you're completely reliant on the state to pay for you and you just live, you just exist, and you don't need to work anymore because AI's taken off all the jobs and now you don't have any purpose, you have to go find a purpose. Well, some people are going to find a purpose. There's a lot of people that just have that go-get-'em instinct, and they're going to be fine. There's a small percentage of people that are just going to plow ahead regardless of if the government gives you $50,000, $60,000 a year and you live fine and you don't have to sweat bills. There's going to be a bunch of people that just get into drugs, and their life falls apart, and they have no sense of purpose. They have nothing to do, and you're going to have to like refigure out how to structure society. That's what these kids are going through. They're going through this weird feeling that everything is about to fall apart right in front of their face while we run face first for that cliff. We're running right to the edge of that cliff, full clip, saying we gotta go over the cliff.
Yeah. And it's a lot of these things all happening at once too. And also the young generation is totally outside of the corporate media model. And they're just not even listening. It's not like do they watch MSNBC or Fox News? No. Neither. They don't.
The list of the age, like there's a graph that got put out of the median age for people that watch cable news versus podcasts, all these other different things.
I don't know if I saw the graph, but I've seen these numbers.
I think I have it on my phone. It's fucking bananas. Because the median age for cable news is like 70. It's like 70-year-old people. That's the median.
Yeah.
And with podcasts, it's like 24 to 34 is the median.
Yep.
YouTube is like 34. Netflix is a little higher. Netflix is like in the 40s because everybody uses Netflix. Is this it? Yeah, average media landscape. So cable news, 70. Primetime TV, 65. Those are the brain-dead people laughing at terrible sitcoms and watching whatever the fuck else is on. Newspaper, 60 years old. Talk radio, 58. Magazines, 52. Podcast, 34.
That sounds about right.
That is right. That's about accurate. But there's a lot, you know.
Now, go and see, because I have looked at on this, where Indy and Overcrowd is who they still got.
What I would be interested in seeing is like what percentage of people that are 34 are listening to cable news. Is there a number on that?
3 of them.
And most kids don't have cable anymore. Most kids just get a Netflix account or a Paramount account, and you get all the great shows, Disney Plus. You get all the superhero movies. Most people don't. You know, young kids, if you have to budget, and you have the choice between a bunch of channels that just have things running on them all the time, or you pick what you watch and anytime you want to.
It's like, I need the internet. Just give me the internet, I'll
They
figure
want
it
the
out.
fucking internet on their TV. They want Netflix. They don't want this cable news nonsense where I have to listen to someone at 8 p.m. and then every 5 minutes there's a fucking commercial. You have to be, like, brought into that world and accustomed to it.
Yes.
Try to show a kid a commercial today and they're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And even just the
What is
whole,
that, Jamie?
the whole fake thing.
Well, that's from 2021.
Oh.
The whole just fake thing about their presentation and all
Yeah.
of this, it just doesn't,
They're not
it doesn't
humans.
work if you didn't transition from like Walter Cronkite into that. That's
Yeah.
not gonna work for you anymore. But I do think, so this is like it's, I was just looking at this the other day though, where it's like, which is really, even to me, this is kind of something I would not have been able to even fathom or predict a couple of years ago. But the way in which every demographic has turned against Israel over this shit in Gaza. Except essentially boomer Republicans, who are still as strong as they've ever been in supporting them. But Israel it's really in many ways like the third rail of American politics. Like, this is the thing you are not allowed to talk about. This is the thing that would get you fired from CNN, would get you kicked out of DC, would get your career ruined. Pat Buchanan made a joke once on the McLaughlin group, like years ago, like decades ago. He had a joke once where he said something about, he said Congress is Israel-occupied territory or something like that. And for the rest of his career, this was the scandal. Hit pieces were written about this. Now, the young people are totally outside of that ecosystem. Just hearing from different people. And they're like, no, I'm not buying it. And it's, I think it's a mix of a few things. Like, I think it's just that, we have the technology, it's in 4K. You can see what Israel's doing to Gaza. It is so evil that it's damn near impossible to find a way. I mean, some people do, but it is really difficult to find a way to be like, I'm actually okay with that. It's been going on for years at this point. And then the second thing is just that, like, the relationship between the US government and the Israeli government is so freaking bizarre that once you see it, and once a whole generation of young people see it, it's like impossible for them to unsee it. And it's just too weird.
New York City mayoral politics.
Yeah, like it's just, and the idea that it is, the idea that it's just accepted as normal that the politicians for your country must worship this other country. And you're like, so what, did that other country like beat us in a war and they're occupying us now? And you're like, no, you're the superpower. They're your welfare country, But yet you must go kiss their wall. You must say, hey, Tammy Bruce from the State Department. And I know she was kind of being tongue-in-cheek, but where she goes, we're the greatest country in the world, well, second greatest to Israel. And you're like, what?
Was she being tongue-in-cheek?
I don't know exactly. It
was a weird thing to say.
That is a weird thing for any representative of your government to say. If anyone sat there and went, I think America's the greatest country in the world. Well, Finland, I guess, is the greatest, and we're number 2. You'd be like, what? I'm like, Finland's a cool country. I got nothing against them, but what are you talking about? But really, I do think it's the relationship. It's how horrible what Israel's doing is, and it's how clearly it's not in our national interest.
There's also weird stuff. Like, how about this guy that got arrested in Las Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Alexandrovich or something like that.
So he gets arrested for propositioning a young boy for sex. He gets
Was it a boy?
I believe so.
Maybe yeah.
Is that correct?
I don't know. I read a couple articles about
I
it.
figure out Jamie will do a little deep dive on this.
Well, they said that he showed up with condoms, was what I read in the article, to meet what he thought was a 15-year-old. I forgot the detail that it was a boy. Not that it changes
Unless he's
things
one of those
much.
dudes that's like, you never know, carries a condom with him everywhere. Fucking never know. There was always those guys when I was a kid who had like the condom mark in their wallet. Hey bro, never fucking know. Like, but don't you know, if you look at your life on average, like the odds of you getting laid are so little. And then you have this fucking lucky charm in your pocket.
And by the time you see the condom, you're like, I don't think you should use that one, by the way. I think you should just get a new one.
That thing's broken down by your ass rubbing up against it for fucking 3 years. You can't even read what the fucking Trojan label says anymore.
Yeah, that was a different time.
Yeah, different time. So here it is, a girl, okay. Israeli government official charged with soliciting a minor believed he was meeting a 15-year-old girl for sexual contact, according to police. Brought a condom to the planned rendezvous in Las Vegas. Alexandrovich, division head of the Israel National Cyber Directorate, was arrested in a police sting operation aimed at online users seeking to sexually prey on children. The Las Vegas outlet 8 News Now reported that Alexandrovich chatted with an officer posing as a teenager online before being arrested. Sexual contact included bringing a condom and taking the decoy to Cirque du Soleil, which stages elaborate shows along the Las Vegas Strip, said police documents seen by 8 News Now. Details of the arrest came as the State Department denied the U.S. government played any role in releasing the Israeli official after Alexandrovich was able to return to Israel once he had bonded out of jail in connection with the felony charge. Wow.
So,
That's kind of crazy that just...
well, I heard some people claiming, and I'm not sure what's right about this, but there were people who were arguing that like the website or the app or whatever that he was on is 18 and up. And so they were saying like, no, he thought he was meeting an adult or something like that.
Well, this is what I thought too. It's like, how do we know this isn't a setup?
Right,
I'm
right.
always, how do I know this isn't Richard Nixon 2.0?
Right.
I don't know. You know, I'd like to assume that we got a piece of shit and they arrested him, and then I'd not like to assume that. Then all of a sudden he gets released and he gets to flee the country and never face consequences. I don't want that to be true, but I don't know what the fuck happened.
Yeah. Well,
This is kind of convenient.
from what I've read about it, I believe he has a court date coming up in a few days.
Oh, he'll be back.
And so that's going to be a big tell there, right? It's crazy to me. I've been blown away by this in lots of ways over the last couple of years, but how bad the Israeli PR game is. You know, and that like it's almost like they were just so accustomed to the old way of doing things.
They're so accustomed to people being terrified
Yeah, you
of
can't-
being labeled anti-Semitic.
Yeah, someone criticizes you, you label them as a bigot, and you destroy their lives, and that works.
For
It doesn't work anymore.
Minor jokes.
Yeah. Well, and there's like, I think so I've been using this like analogy, comparison lately, and I think like, if you remember when Joe Biden had that disastrous debate with Donald Trump, and everybody, like the debate opens, and everybody watching it knows this is over. Joe Biden is done. I mean, it was so bad, but it's not just that it was so bad. I mean, it's before the debate, there's Rachel Maddow at a desk with a bunch of people. We're now going to the first presidential debate. Joe Biden's going to kick his ass. They were already talking about how it was, remember the term deep fakes? That they came up with, where or cheap fakes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, cheap fakes.
It's not a deep fake, but it's kind of like a deep fake. See, they're showing you a real video of Joe Biden being senile, but see, that's just as fake as a deep fake because they didn't include the context or something like that. That was the talking point that right before we go into the debate. The debate cuts, it goes back to the same panel, and they go, we gotta find a new candidate. Like they acknowledged that, and part of the reason why we all knew it was over in that debate was it wasn't just how bad the debate was. It was that now you have to admit this. You were pretending this thing didn't exist. Now you got to admit it exists. And once you admit it exists, there's now a microscope on Joe Biden like there never was before. So tomorrow when he's doing an interview and he mixes up a name, that may not have been such a big deal 2 days ago. But after that debate performance, when he mixes up another name, now you're like, look, there it is again. He's senile. Everything became amplified after that point. And I think...
Don't you think they set him up?
Yes. But sure, that's a whole separate issue, but yes, I do think they set him up. But I think a similar thing has happened with Israel, where now everyone's looking at it, and everyone's watching, and everyone's going, wait, what the hell is going on
That's
here?
a great analogy.
What is this?
Yeah.
So that a pedophile can just go flee to Israel? How many other pedophiles have gone and fled to Israel? And now it's like, oh my God, they've opened Pandora's box, and there's just, I think, no way to put this back in, because it's too weird. It's too weird to not notice, and that doesn't mean you have to like jump to the conclusion of like, you have to hate Jewish people or something like that. I'm not advocating anything like that. But you do kind of have to question the relationship between DC and Tel Aviv and like what is going on here, because this is so utterly bizarre. It's so crazy to see like the American people are against what Israel's doing to Gaza. It obviously hurts America's it hurts our, they use in the preamble to the Constitution, I like that phrase, domestic tranquility, right? This is destroying our domestic tranquility. We got protests, we got people fighting over this stuff, we're pissing off the Muslim world again, which we've already had to deal with, them hating our guts. Now
we're deporting students.
We're deporting legal residents because they had the wrong opinion. This is all, and like, it's impossible to not look at this and go like, hey, what's going on here? And they don't have any answer for that. And the other thing too is that it's just, I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's a lot of people now trying to jump off of the sinking ship. A lot of people who are even like supporters of Israel who are kind of going like, I think they are going a little too far on this one. And they're trying, because it's just, you can see the writing on the wall all over the place, man. Like you're gonna be looked at, this is gonna be the period, and it's not even like supporting the war in Iraq, it's like much worse than that, dude. Like you're just supporting this destruction of these. They just launched another offensive on Gaza City the other day. They're bombing rubble. Like it's just, it's biblical levels of evil. And we're sitting here, like even as we're having this conversation now, I know like a few, I remember like coming on the podcast like a couple years ago, and like when this conflict first started and then when it would go, and it was almost like I was coming on like to be like, look, let me present the argument for why we shouldn't support what Israel's doing here. Let me like try to like present the other side of the debate. I feel now like the debate's over. I don't even think there's like much of a debate to be had. I'll keep doing them if somebody wants to come debate about the issue. But what are we talking about here? Dude, South Africa brought a genocide case to the International Court of Justice. And the International Court of Justice ruled that what Israel was doing to Gaza was plausibly a genocide. 21 months ago. 21 months ago, they said this was plausibly a genocide. And the thing's gone on the entire time since then. There was a huge Haaretz piece a couple months ago about, because we've seen so many examples of this, but they had IDF soldiers off the record, and at least one on the record, saying that they were given orders to fire live rounds into the crowds of desperate people trying to get food. But literally, just having starvation throughout Gaza. I don't know if you saw this, dude. I mean, I actually found this hilarious, but I'm a comedian who has a real twisted, dark sense of humor. But the Free Press, Barry Weiss's publication, ran a piece debunking the starvation in Gaza. And one of the examples, I'm not making this up, but you go look at this. I'm very close to exactly accurate on this. One of the examples they picked was like a kid who was starving to death. And their attempt at debunking it was that actually this kid had another major issue when an Israeli bomb cracked his skull. So that's your defense. That yes, he starved to death, but it was also, with these other complications, this was the big one where the New York Times had that big picture of the starving baby, and then they made a big thing out of being like, no, they had other medical, problems too. And then the mother had said, the mother said that the doctors told her that the reason they had other medical problems is because she was malnourished during pregnancy. It's like, okay, so yes, you are right, Israel defenders. The kids starving to death are the ones who have other complications. That's always who dies first in famines. I don't know what victory you think this is. But so since this point, since the International Court of Justice ruled it was plausibly a genocide, the 21 months up to today, since then, I know at least to Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak, both former prime ministers of Israel, have come out and said Netanyahu's committing war crimes in Gaza. Now, they didn't call it a genocide, they called it war crimes. So that's where your debate is at this point. Where are we? Between genocide and war crimes. What area in there does this occupy? But how the fuck do you defend any of that, dude?
I don't know if this is true, so I want to look it up before we commit to this. But someone sent me something saying that Grok was pulled from Twitter, from X, whatever, because Grok had said that Israel was committing a genocide. So someone asked Grok whether Israel was committing a genocide, allegedly, and I want to find out if this is true. Because I saw this article when I was running out of the house, I was like, what the fuck? But then it was reinstated. So I don't know if those posts were deleted, I don't know if this is real.
Yeah.
But I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I read it and I'm like, I could see how that could happen. I could see, first of all, how it could interpret it as a genocide when they're not alone. I mean, if Grok is just a large language model that's pulling from the internet, what's the general consensus worldwide?
Definitely more on that side, yeah.
More on that side.
For sure.
And then if you look at the sheer numbers of people that have died, which we don't even really have an accurate count of, what is the number? What's the number of casualties now?
Yeah, well,
Do we know?
there was just a,
So here it is. Grok account briefly suspended on X. Okay, what does it say here? The reason for Grok's brief suspension on X was August 11, 2025, remains unclear as no official statement from X or XAI has been provided, the bot said when asked why its account was removed. However, Grok itself claimed in now deleted posts that the suspicion was due to comments it made accusing Israel and the US of committing genocide in Gaza, citing sources like ICJ, International Council of Justice rulings, UN reports, Amnesty International, and I don't know how to say that word. B'Tselem. These posts were flagged for violating X hateful conduct rules, the statement added. The press team for stating...
This is so funny.
This is so crazy. The press team for X did not immediately respond to the Hill's request for comments. Users have criticized Grok for providing anti-Semitic responses to questions in recent months. What anti-Semitic responses? However, X's owner Elon Musk said in a Monday post the bot's account removal was just a dumb error. Grok doesn't actually know why it was suspended. Is he Grok? He's like, we don't know. We don't know why we was actually suspended. Upon its reinstatement, the Grok account wrote, Zup, beaches, I'm back, and more base than ever. Okay. Did anybody ask it again? Why don't you ask it right now? Let's go to Grok and ask Grok right now.
It's going to give a more politically correct answer at this point, I bet.
Fascinated to
That's my
see what it
guess.
says.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? What do you think it's going to say?
I'm guessing politically correct answer. Some argue yes, some say no.
Let's see. This must be like constantly being questioned now. I mean, it must be.
I'm sure, yes.
It must have a bunch of different. Oh, it's giving us a slow trickle. Oh, searching the web. Okay. It's going to Amnesty International, December 2024 report concludes Israel is committing genocide, citing killings and harmful conditions. So now it's saying, it's citing the sources. Human rights organizations and UN reports suggest genocide, citing deaths and destruction. Right, I get it. So now, then it'll eventually evaluate. Meanwhile, if you ask it an impossible trigonometry problem, it'll give you the answer instantaneously. Okay, here it goes. Term genocide is defined, 1948 UN Convention, the Prevention and Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide as acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. These acts include killing members of the group. Okay, the ongoing conflict in Gaza stems from, I get it, I know what that is. Okay, allegations of genocide, prohibited acts, intents. So it's giving you a very nuanced response. International Court of Justice in response to South Africa's violence in December.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Ruled in January 20. 2024, that genocide claims are plausible and issued provisional measures ordering Israel to prevent genocidal acts. And this is quite a while ago in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, scroll down. Israel's government calls accusations baseless and outrageous, emphasizing compliance with international law and investigations into misconduct. The U.S. has described claims as unfounded. Analysis like the BESA Center report, July 2025, and ACJ 2025 July argue no evidence of starvation, massacres, or disproportionate strikes, and criticize data manipulation by Hamas. Contextual challenges. Urban warfare against embodied insurgency complicates operations. Accusations ignore Hamas's role in aid diversion and civilian endangerment. Some scholars note that while harm is severe, competing motives like counterterrorism preclude genocide findings. The issue remains highly contested and politically charged. While human rights bodies and ICJ have found plausibility in genocide claims warranting preventive measures, no international court has issued a final guilty verdict, and determinations hinge on ongoing investigations. Yeah, I don't know, man. It sounds like a different answer.
I mean,
It's
whatever.
very,
That's a
very
reasonable
nuanced.
enough. Yeah,
It's
that,
very nuanced. It allows you to form your own opinion based on what many people say, including what Israel says. So it's not going to give you an answer. It's essentially saying, figure it out.
which I don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with that at all. I mean, that's what I would like it to do,
Yeah.
especially if there's debate.
Well, also, I mean, I think one of the, the real problems, and this is why I kind of like avoided using the term genocide too much, at least in the beginning, is that there's no good definition for genocide. Like that definition they gave you at the beginning is the official, codified under international law definition.
Right.
It's attempting to destroy a group in whole or in part.
Right.
Well, like, what the hell does that mean? And that's why they could say, Hamas committed a genocide on October 7th. It's like, I don't know, they destroyed a group in part. And the whole South African case that they brought to the ICJ was basically the entire case was just the Israelis in their own words. Like, their argument was that, like, there's a genocidal intent here. Like,
We're fishing. We fished out the ocean.
Just about.
That's not only. The idea that there was a civilization that built monolithic construction.
Yeah.
In this world.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Wash
Very hard. Like a couple hundred years of like hardcore. Spectacular. What we've done, just
Limestone. Like it's full of fossil.
guess the water will settle. It's so oxygenated right now. Alright, so should we...
The military and calls them Amalek. They're like, what? You know, the story of Amalek from the Bible is that the moral of the story was you have to kill all the women and children. That's what the story was about. I think you even had to kill the I'm an expert in the Bible, but it was like that was the point. It was like an ancient tribe that was beefing with the Israelites, and they were like, you have to kill all the women and children too. That's a crazy thing to say at the beginning of a war. But the thing is that whether you consider what Israel's doing a genocide, or you just take the moderate position of former Israeli prime ministers who say it's war crimes, I think the bigger point is just like, it is so horrifically evil. Then no one should support this. It's crazy. It is so insane to support Israel doing this to what are, in effect, their own people. Right? They may not consider them their own people, but I don't care what they consider. I care what they have power over. You know, like Hitler maybe didn't consider the Jews his own people, but it doesn't matter, dude. Once you have control of that country, those people are your people. Like, you have an obligation to them. Israel has had control of Gaza since 1967. They've been the sovereign, and all the way through. You know, people could talk about the disengagement in 2005, but that doesn't mean anything. They still controlled the whole strip. They just didn't have their soldiers inside. They had them around the perimeter. It doesn't matter. You're still controlling those people. And so, like, if you have resistance, even violent resistance, to a 60-year-long occupation, then you don't get to just say, like, all right, we'll just turn off electricity to the whole place. We'll just cut off water to the whole place. We'll let no food in for 3 straight months. Not one grain of wheat got into Gaza. And that, by the way, is a direct quote from their finance minister, Smotrich. And not one grain of wheat will get And then a few months later, you go, oh, no, these people starving, they had pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, it's
Like,
like,
come on, man. Like, what are you doing here? And particularly when it's like, it's just very obvious that this doesn't serve our country's interest in any way at all. You know, I was listening to Netanyahu's interview he did the other day. He was on with our friend Konstantin Kasan on trigonometry, and what was he saying? He goes, "We're fighting Hamas, so you don't have to," or something. Does anybody believe that Hamas was about to mount an attack on the United States of America? They were going to take over if it wasn't for Israel sticking up for us and just destroying the entire strip. And it's ridiculous. It's like, you'll still, to this day, I'll be in like a debate or like a panel or something like that, and someone will still start with the question, like, do you think Israel has the right to exist? And isn't it amazing that over the last 2 years, that's been the question that's asked so much, when very clearly a more relevant question would have been, does Gaza have a right to exist? Because it doesn't now. You know, like, that was the only existence that was ever up for debate. But they flip the thing around and go, well, you don't think Israel has a right to exist? Like, first of all, I don't think governments have
Israel
rights
is the
at
name
all.
of a
I think it's a
man.
totally incoherent worldview, and the only coherent worldview is that individuals have rights. There aren't like these massive rights. You know, it's like Mitt Romney saying corporations are people or something like that. But I think all people have the right to exist. I think Israel does not have a right to do what it's doing to Gaza. And,
and the real question is, how does this end?
it seems to be with ethnically cleansing the entire strip seems the most likely bet right
And
now.
then what do they do with Gaza? Like, how long is it going to take before that even looks normal again?
Well, I mean, I
Look
don't.
at the massive destruction, just the sheer scope of it.
Yeah, it's like 80% of the structures have been leveled.
So crazy. If anybody flying over that with a drone and they tell you that's the only way they could have done this, it seems nuts.
Yeah.
And the fact they keep doing it, it's like, how does this end? You know? Like, what happens if the, Israel's publicly said, and Netanyahu talked about it on the podcast, that they're losing the PR, or what do you call it? Did you say PR
I think-
propaganda?
Yeah, something like the PR.
PR campaign. Well, what does that mean? It means the people see what's going on and they don't support it. And
Yeah.
you think they're wrong. Okay, well, how much further can you go with this before everybody disagrees?
Yeah, and well, also part of the reason why, it's like, because, I don't know, people you don't have the controlled propaganda apparatus anymore. And so the thing is now, for the people, like obviously there are still a lot of people who just don't really pay attention, that deeply. But for somebody who's listening, let's say, to Netanyahu's interview with Konstantin, I'd have to say, like, a large portion of them at this point, you're listening to podcasts about politics, right? Like, you're not completely removed from this world. There have been so many Israel-Palestine debates over the last 2 years. It's almost everyone who's watching this has at least seen what some competent person on the other side of this issue has had to say.
Yeah.
And so, like, one of the times, they brought up at one point, and they really did, I thought Konstantin did a reasonably good job in the interview. The two, I forget what's his partner's name? Francis. The two of them, I thought they did all right. I thought they were a little, there were times they could have asked some follow-up questions, particularly the one that I thought they let him off the hook with, was when they asked him about his support for Hamas. And they just totally let him go like, oh, well, we needed to make sure that people weren't suffering too bad, let some aid in, and it's like, no, dude, that's not. And the thing is that so many people listening to this have already heard this explained, you know what I mean? Where it's like you remember like a couple of years ago where I was, when I was talking with you, I was saying, hey, Coleman Hughes got this all wrong when he was on your podcast. And Coleman Hughes had basically said, there's one quote that's attributed to Netanyahu, but like it wasn't on video or anything like that. And I was like, no, dude, this case is much bigger than one quote that was attributed to him. By the way, since then, a video came out of him saying it on video. There's actually a video now of that quote. It's not just the reports.
What is the quote?
Well, the quote that was they had the video of was that we can control the height of the flame. He was basically saying, like, we can commit. The quote that originally he said, which was in a closed-door Knesset meeting with LuGuru party members, where there were like 3 people who were eyewitnesses who came and told him, it was originally reported in the Jerusalem Post, was that he was like, look, anybody who wants to thwart the existence of a Palestinian state has to support our plan of propping up Hamas and transferring money to them, because this is what gives us a no one to negotiate with certificate. And then he said, we can control the height of the flame. Meaning, like, I know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
I'm funding these terrorists right on our southern border, but, like, don't worry about it. We can control, the height of the flame. And then he found out he couldn't on October 7th. But so they let him off the hook with that, and people have just kind of heard this laid out. I mean, it's not like I just say this on podcasts. There's been major pieces written in the New York Times, in the Times of Israel, in Haaretz, in the Jerusalem Post, in the Washington Post. Like, this is all over the place. And he just goes, no, we were just like trying to get some funding in there for the people. Like, at this point, anyone believes that Benjamin Netanyahu was motivated by helping the poor people of Gaza rather than by thwarting a Palestinian.
Because I about the failure of intelligence on October 7th. What was his response to the failure of just how long?
Yeah. Remember exactly what he said, but I remember thinking there was not much of substance to it. He kind of just danced around it, and they also didn't get into specifically questions about, like, what was it like for you on that day.
What is going on here?
I mean, they didn't push him on that. And then he, said, which, I mean, just think about how unimpressive this is that he basically just went, oh, there should be a full investigation. There should be a full investigation onto that from the top all the way down to the bottom.
Nice thing to say.
And you're like, okay, hey, this would be awesome. Could we get the Prime Minister of Israel on the line? Because, like, maybe he could do something about this. And they're like, oh, no, that's you. So, like, why? It's almost 2 years later. What are you talking about, dude? Have the investigation. What, you can't conduct an investigation while you're destroying the Gaza Strip? What does it have to wait till after that? You got time to do a podcast.
Did they ask him about the protests?
I don't think so. But, I don't...
Because there were protests before October 7th.
Yes, there's also been protests this week. By the way, massive protests in Tel Aviv. I read a few articles about it, and that the estimate seems to be 500,000 people were out in the streets protesting the war. And thank God for that, man. And thank God for just like and oh, by the way, the protests were led, or I don't know, like led, but the featured acts at the protest were the families of hostages and surviving hostages. They're the ones leading the charge, being like, stop doing this. Because, like, if you think about it, I mean, could you imagine, if you try to put yourself in the place of, like, having someone you really love is a hostage, like Hamas is taking them hostage and they're trapped in one of these tunnels, and then you hear the plan is to cut off all food to the area, and you're like, yo, like, what? How is that going to help your loved one who's a hostage there? Like, how is it just bombing the place? Like, what if you hit them? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, this, it's like, obviously, if your main goal was hostage retrieval, this is not at all the way you would go about doing that. And, it's like, this was a point, by the way, that Darryl Cooper was making. On Tucker Carlson's podcast, which got him in a whole lot of trouble and got him a whole lot of pushback on. But I think the essence of his point was about starvation blockades. And then, like, saying, like, you put a starvation blockade on Nazi Germany or something like that. You go, okay, because the Nazis are your enemies and they're real bad guys. So you want to do that. But, like, do you think Adolf Hitler's not eating? Do you think any of his soldiers aren't eating? I mean, that's going to be first priority, right? Nazi party members and the Nazi military are going to get... Who is maybe not going to get food? Probably the most disenfranchised people in that society, right?
They're already in the concentration camp.
Yeah. Well, some of them were, I guess, at that point, and some of them weren't. But
isn't it amazing that that's controversial to say? That this is not a nuanced discussion?
Yeah.
Like that's not a factor?
Yeah, that's right. And look, they were using, which was a horrible picture, but they had the image of one of those. There was like some pictures that had come out of one of the remaining hostages there who did look like in bad shape, looked like close to starvation. You know, and then the Israel supporters were using this as like their propaganda, like, look how horrible Hamas is, look what they're doing to them. And you're like, yeah, but this did come after 3 months of zero food being allowed into Gaza. And so, like, I don't know, to me it seems like it probably doesn't take a genius to go like, you know, Hamas is gonna be fed. Like, they're not going to suffer from these hunger strikes. And in fact, a lot of the pro-Israel people were saying, the Israeli government themselves, they were making claims, a lot of them unsubstantiated, but making claims that, like, Hamas is stealing all of the food. We let aid in previously, but Hamas stole it all. Then they mark it up and charge more money for it to the people of Gaza. And you're like, okay, but then what does a food blockade do? I mean, you already said it's not taking food away from Hamas, right? So who's the war against? It's the civilian population. And of course, you'd imagine, like, just like under Nazi Germany, you'd imagine Jews and gypsies and they're going to get the worst treatment in a totally centralized war economy. The state is going to decide who eats and who doesn't eat. Who do you think they're going to pick? You know, it's like, this stuff just leads to, like, unbelievable amounts of human suffering. And it's
again, how does this end?
Well, I mean, you know, I guess there's some competing plans. Like, Donald Trump said, kind of flippantly a few months back, that America was going to take over the Gaza Strip and turn it into a big, beautiful property.
It sounded like he was talking shit.
Yeah, me too.
It was
that
weird.
was what I thought too.
He said it right beside Netanyahu, and it just seemed bizarre that he was doing that.
Very strange. But then Netanyahu said much more recently, just a week or two ago, said that Israel is going to take over the Gaza Strip. Which that sounds much more likely to me. You know, I think this is the weird dynamic kind of here, is that I think they're not, like, so stupid that I'm aware of something that, like, these guys aren't aware of, right? Like, they know that they've lost control of the media. They know they've lost control of the narrative, and they know that they've lost control of the youth in America. And that at some point, you know, those 70-year-olds watching cable news are going to age out and die, and the people in charge are going to be this generation that has a totally different view of Israel than previous generations. They know that, but then the question becomes, like, what do you do with that information? And so I think that there is a part of Netanyahu and the Israeli war cabinet and the Israeli government who are looking at this and going, all right, so we got like 10 more years of this relationship. You know, we got like 10 more years of where the U.S. has our back and we can do whatever we want. And so you could see where the conclusion from that might be, we got to go for it now. Like, if you really do have this greater Israel project, well, right now, under the Trump administration, this is your moment. He has already vowed he's going to do whatever to support Israel. He is totally on your side. You have this administration. There's every last member of this administration supports Israel. So now's the time. Annex Gaza and the West Bank. And, you know, parts of Syria too, and whatever else they want to do. So I think they might be going for it, you know? And then, I don't know, we'll see. I mean,
When they started bombing Iran, that's what I thought. I was like, oh boy.
Well, they tried to suck Trump into a regime change war there, you know, and it didn't work. But the whole thing, you know, the whole 12-day war, first of all, this thing is not over. We're kind of like the fundamentals of the conflict are all still there. And in fact, I think there was just a few days ago, like a couple like Israeli spokesmen who were already signaling, like, we may have to go, you know, see about this again. Netanyahu himself said when him and Trump met in the White House, and it was a really fascinating moment, which, you know, I'm not trying to make too much of, but it was pretty hilarious in a way, like a little microcosm, where they asked Donald Trump at one point, they go, so is that it with Iran? Like, is the war continuing or is it over? And he goes, well, you know, I don't really want to see it continue, but maybe that's a better question for Bibi. You're like, what? Wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry. You're like, well, my boss is right here, so you might as well ask him. Which is not exactly true. You know, I'm not saying that. I know Jeffrey Sachs, who I love, who is a real expert, not like me or Douglas Murray, but a real expert, who's, you know, I don't agree with him on everything, but his foreign policy is very good. But he said, and I think he was saying it kind of tongue-in-cheek, but he said, I regard Netanyahu as the worst U.S. president of my lifetime, which is a very funny line. And I get what he's saying.
Well, how long has he been running Israel?
Well, he he was prime minister first in 1996, and then he's had a few stints where he was out, but he's been in and out.
So they
the
have
whole
a
time.
completely different setup, obviously.
Yeah.
You can keep coming back.
keep coming back. Yeah. And so he was, but he's the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history at this point. But I will say that there are people, I know people go down, rabbit holes on Twitter and stuff like that. And I do think Jeffrey Sachs I think he was being somewhat tongue in cheek when he said it, but I do think he's overstating his hand. It's not that Israel runs America. If Netanyahu ran America, I can promise you we would have had a regime change warrant in Iran. We would not have stopped if Netanyahu would actually control the U.S.
Disconnected.
gone for a little bit and it smells like a fucking dog. Oh, fuck, I forgot to go into that Walmart for the light. Shit, wrote that shit down. Bitch. It's right there. So which Walmart did I go to? Did I go to the one up here? We got gas. No, I went to the one next to Costco. You get dryer sheets. Some worms. So you're gonna flip. That's what she wants right now. Looks like she wanted to kind of go up.
Connected.
Hey, nigga, if you want that cheesecake, what you do with it? Hold on, bro, show me the truth. Yo, Rick, maybe I'm grounded with fucking decent, and I'm sure he can still suit up. You got what is it, 32? Nigga, run it to me. I bet you can't run me over. Hey, nigga, I'm out of shape. I'm shooting his ass, running around his ass. Yo, run through me, nigga. What's up, conversation? Oklahoma, you right now. Oklahoma, man. No hell, man. I'm really shot. I was so getting up before he did that. I'll be through the whole before I'm through the whole before he gonna be up. Hey, bro, we put some pads on me. Let's go. We put pads on me. Look, oh, he ain't taking the tackle. Come on, he can't make no tackle. He's not even yeah, look at him. He put it upside down. Hey, you black. Hey, watch this nigga belt, bro. I'm all alive. Hey, you black. You feel me? Record. about to lose some shit. I already know. I got a little trick on my face. Well, I got to
What card did I give you?
If you gonna change my car, I'm holding the fucking tight, so you talk shit.
No, I'm gonna the hearts. It's gonna confuse you. They put the hearts and let me switch you over to switch you, right? Now I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna use the hearts and I'm what card was not the thing?
The one that I think is on top?
Yeah.
I think the one is on top, but sometimes you put that down.
You think so? Alright, check it out.
What the fuck? This nigga done changed both cars. Hey, I promise y'all, squeezing this car off. I was not letting that one go.
Why are the queens not here?
Wait, what? Hey, teach me that shit. I don't know what that shit. Teach me that shit. Hey, how the fuck did you do that shit? Damn, man, that was nice.
Man, y'all gotta tell me no Austin Mitchell.
Nah, I'm awesome. I can go awesome like that. Oh, yeah, sorry. I definitely got you.
Pocket full of Doritos and shit.
He said food Doritos. I'll get Doritos.
What you eat? Hey, Le'Veon, the fact that you was such a beast, man, I used to follow, so I played high school ball, we did around the same thing. The fact that you was so fast, you know Slipknot? You know Slipknot? No. You're the Jets, yeah. I'm saying, the fact that you play Super Bowl, you want those scrub, yeah, not too many people that play saying it. And then nobody hit that nigga saying nobody. Nobody might still work and say that shit. Hey, nigga, 20,000. 20,000 people can't nobody say that but you. 3 times, bro. Where you live at now? One time, over a year. One time, 1 year. But I said, what you want, bro? I still got a car. He's walking around and he's ready. Right? Y'all walk around like y'all ready. What y'all mean? Like, bitch, you made a master garden. You just want to stay. You made $100 million. Not $2 million. You made $100 million. You made hold up. You made $100 million. I ain't made $100 million.
I gotta order a power strip that'll hold these. This thing weighs about 3 pounds. 120 watt charger. This one's like, I think the same. This is from a Xiaomi device. Same thing here. They love speed chargers.
See that flat version of you?
He's going for gold! Dig deep, boy! Dig deep! Yeah! One more! Woo!
Hey, I'm not breathing hard, bitch. I can still talk. I can still talk.
I bet you've seen these ads before, right? Where it's like this blue guy going left to right.
You said.
And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator.
RFK Jr. tore into skeleton-looking Democrats. I highly recommend watching until the end because this is so satisfying to watch.
Senator, you've sat in that chair for how long? 20, 25 years, while the chronic disease in our children went up to 76%. And you said nothing. You never asked the question, why it's happening? Why is this happening? Today, for the first time in 20 years, we learned that infant mortality has increased in our country. It's not because I came in here. It's because of what happened during the Biden administration that we're going to end.
You promised that you would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. You just changed the classification of the COVID vaccine.
I'm not taking them away from people, Senator.
It takes it away if you can't get it from your pharmacist.
Well, most Americans are going to be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
Everyone who wants it, that was your promise.
I know I didn't. I never promised that I was going to recommend products with which there is no indication.
When you said.
And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator. You want me to indicate a product for which there is no clinical data? Is that what you want?
You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt. But you? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah.
I don't think so. And I think the issue
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
I'm saying no.
You unilaterally changed the parameters for giving vaccines, making it possible now, to Senator Cassidy's colleagues' points, that they're going to have to go off-label.
This is crazy talk. You're just making stuff up. You're just making stuff up, Senator.
I'm not.
You're just making stuff up.
You know, sometimes when you make an accusation, it's kind of a confession, Mr. Kennedy. You are citing data that you won't produce to the public, and you are objecting.
You're making things up to scare people, and it's a lie.
With respect, I do not think I'm the one making the
You are lying right now, Senator. All the evidence is transparent for the first time in history, and you were never there complaining when the pharmaceutical companies were picking those people and then running their products through with no safety.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You just moving the Titanic.
Are you saying that the mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire...
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the question seriously.
You're evading that question.
I'm asking the question.
RFK, this is why you fucking voted for
In
it.
my home state of Minnesota, you went on Fox News blaming school shootings antidepressants. You have no evidence of that because you have no evidence of a connection. And
You're just saying something, you're just making stuff up. I never said that, you're making it up,
I
you're
am not.
twisting, yeah, you are.
Secretary
You're being dishonest right
if you want to talk about mental health and gun
You're
violence
being
in this
dishonest.
country, if you want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country, we should be talking about that, because that's what the
Let's talk
Parents
then,
Association School.
You don't want to talk, you want to harangue, and you want to have partisan politics.
That is.
I want to actually solve these problems.
Mr. Kennedy, you hired a man named David Geyer to conduct this study, is that correct?
No.
Is Mr. David Geyer working for HHS?
He's a contractor, but he's not conducting a study.
He's a contractor?
He's a
Do
contractor.
you know who works for you, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah.
Did you know he never went to medical school?
He's not practicing medicine.
Did you know that he got caught in Maryland and was charged for practicing medicine without a medical license?
He was charged by the medical board, he sued the medical board, and the medical board was found to have actual malice and was fined $2.6 million by a judge in Maryland for doing that.
See, so you choose to know a lot when you want to know a lot. It's incredible.
Senator, you're ridiculous.
Clearly, you have an agenda. It is a threat to the public health of the American people. It's clear that you are carrying out your extremist beliefs, which is why you attempted to fire Dr. Manat.
You're the sickest people on earth.
I'm speaking.
How am I a threat?
Americans are the sickest people on earth. How am I a threat?
The attack came amid growing mistrust in public institutions driven by politicized rhetoric that has turned public health professionals from trusted experts into targets of villainization. I don't know. Maybe you go out there, if your officials in public institutions go out there with pentagrams on their chest while they sodomize their other scientific colleagues and use preferred pronouns and say that you're trying to erase transgenders while you encourage the transitioning of children, including giving them chemical castration drugs. You don't deserve our trust. All right, I know we have we're going to talk about the axis of evil, but I feel like we could do that tomorrow if we have to, because this RFK thing.
They're going to still be evil tomorrow.
They're still going to be evil tomorrow.
And an axis.
Yeah. Yeah. Do I have? Let me see. Do we have some updates here?
Yeah. So I have a clip. We have a clip we can play really quickly of RFK that they sent in. This is a bit of a shouting match, back and forth. So you have it in there. So let's pull it up right now and we can react to it.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You just lied. Moving the type.
Are you saying that a mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel after firing the entire.
Sounds like Mr. Mackey.
Good. That's some questions here.
Oh my.
He sounds like Mr. Mac.
I can't not hear it now.
This conversation is about.
They deserve the truth, and that's what we're going to give them for the first time in the history of that agency.
Bitch.
That's back. And a minute ago, all of them like you're just making stuff up.
Yeah, do we have that clip?
I can ask you guys if you can send that one in.
Would someone please think of the children? Okay. The ones you didn't want to serve for 2 years? The ones you didn't want to serve for 2 years? Hey, did you get any contributions from the teachers union? I don't know. How much did you, what was that number? What was that? I'm confused. What was that? Would somebody please think about people who are getting sick? Okay. Do you know like people who are forced to die alone? Do you know like the mental health epidemic that we have now in young people, which we told you would take place? You mean like that? Do you mean like the myocarditis, which by the way, he sighed and said, I won't talk about myocarditis, okay? Well, I do, asshole.
Well, we're trying to get at the facts here. He's like, no, I'm the one asking the questions. I can lead you, then I can interrupt you. This is basically just a grilling. And Robert Kennedy is just saying, look, no. The American people are suffering and dying. How? Like, I don't know from where you get the balls to go sit on that committee as somebody who's been in that chamber of our government for decades.
Yeah.
And then say, because you're coming in and trying to change things, make things more transparent, replicate studies, make sure that we at least acknowledge the failures of the past, you're the bad guy?
Well, I think that's important because this is all, sort of the catalyst for this is that it's been taking place for a while, but yesterday the number reached more than 1,000 current and former HHS employees signing a letter calling for RFK to resign. So
they all
they
get
wrote, "This is
paid
we, the undersigned, write to you with grave concern for America's health and security. The violent August 8th attack on CDC's headquarters in Atlanta was not random. The attacker fired hundreds of rounds. The attack came amid growing mistrust in public institutions driven by politicized rhetoric that has turned public health professionals from trusted experts into targets of villainization." I don't know. Maybe you go out there, if you're officials in public institutions, go out there with pentagrams on their chest while they sodomize their other scientific colleagues and use preferred pronouns and say that you're trying to erase transgenders while you encourage the transitioning of children, including giving them chemical castration drugs. You don't deserve our trust. Also,
was there a violent attack on the CDC?
There was a shooting at the building of the CDC in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they fired rounds. I don't know if anybody was hurt. There may have been some people that were injured, but I don't remember it being anything like that.
But let me give you the reason they're so upset. The reason they've been villainized. What they are opposing is that here's the RFK Jr. Op-ed in the Washington, I believe it's Wall Street Journal. Yeah, you guys have it. Wall Street Journal. He wrote a 6-point sort of plan as to how, again, what's your endpoint? You're the one sowing mistrust. No, let's start with this. There's already mistrust. Poll after poll after poll after poll shows even the people who want to wear a mask in private in their own car don't trust the CDC, the HHS, just to be clear. So if you start from the right point, you go, okay, what have we done to lose this trust? Instead, they go, it's your op-ed. Will you demand these 6 points in the Wall Street Journal? Well, let me read you the 6 points and see if this is the reason. If this is the reason that people don't trust their institutions, or if the reason that people may continue to mistrust them in growing numbers is because of the response. So these are the 6 points they responded to in protest. To protect from threats. This is written, well, I guess it's written from RFK, so I'll have to detect and defeat infectious diseases through enhanced respiratory disease surveillance and a biothreat radar powered by cutting-edge molecular tools. Oh, why must you villainize us, sir? To build infrastructure, to strengthen global and domestic systems, to predict, track, and respond to dangerous exposures and outbreaks, to modernize systems.
I didn't hear you. You used a different voice.
To strengthen global and domestic systems, to predict, track, and respond to dangerous exposures. What? Gerald
I think Gerald does the better voice.
I think he does. I don't. To modernize systems. Upgrade data, laboratories, and epidemiology to meet 21st century threats. Why must you villainize us, sir? To invest in the workforce, to rebuild the proud tradition of don't ask for the voice, disease detectives, training epidemiologists at home and abroad. Enhance scientific rigor. Oh, this is one that they're upset about. Apply gold standard science to every recommendation, ensuring America leads the world in safe, effective vaccines and trusted guidance. Just to be clear, apply gold standard science. That means replication, which, by the way, has been sorely lacking. Doesn't mean that if you replicate it, we'll find out these drugs give you cancer. It means that we should start with what has been considered the gold standard. And he also included, finally, empowering states and communities, return to the original mission of supporting states and local health departments on the front lines of outbreaks. Like the states that were maybe being punished if they decided not to lock down, if the states were maybe being punished because they weren't going along with the guidance that was destroying their states, their population economically. Also, you could argue, as far as health, not just mental health, physical health, because people developed immune deficiencies and they were more prone to other diseases. There have been tremendous health fallouts. We're not just talking about Bill Gates trying to put a microchip in your neck when you're not looking like Dark Angel. We're talking about actual ramifications that we all know to be true. So these are the 6 points. The response is, you must go, sir. And then they blame RFK Jr. for the mistrust in the institutions. Wow, must be nice to never be accountable. Also, it talked about too much bureaucracy. I don't know if you know, only 1 in 10 CDC employees are epidemiologists. 1 in 10. And very few of them are actual practicing doctors with patients. You know, like the doctors in California who were banned from social media who talked about treating patients with, I believe, ivermectin, maybe it was hydroxychloroquine, and certain antiviral treatments, vitamin C, right? Doctors who are actually treating hundreds of patients, they shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion. It should be the 9 out of 10 CDC employees who are not epidemiologists and not seeing patients.
Yeah. By the way, that they were attacking those doctors when getting on a ventilator was almost guaranteed if you had a severe case, and it was a death sentence.
Yeah.
Basically at that point. Right. Don't try anything at all outside of the norm.
So look,
I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking for the lesser educated folks in chat maybe. But what is an epidemiologist?
One that studies viruses, study.
Epidemiology.
No, I don't know. I don't know exactly
Someone
what
who
that means.
studies infectious diseases.
Okay.
Somebody who studies the mutation, transmission, the spreading therein. And they just sort of apply it sometimes as a catch-all where they're held out as an authority when they may not necessarily be an authority. An epidemiologist may not know how to treat someone who is a patient under the care of an actual doctor, a general practitioner. Those people existed. They were actually using what they were observing as effective treatments, and they were shut down and they were silenced. So let me ask you this, the mistrust just seems to be coming from these bureaucrats, right? Well, no. Do you think it's organic when now you see a bunch of protesters out there, including one protester, it's the clip RFK protest, accusing RFK Jr. personally of killing millions of people?
Prices, prior authorization, information blocking.
The committee will come to order.
We were the bureaucrats.
Who has he killed?
I apologize to you for that outburst, Secretary Kennedy. I would notify everyone else in the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate. If there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order.
Who is he killing? They're treating him like he's RFK Joker. They're treating him like he's a villain. Today we're gonna have trials. Well, yeah, that's what we should do.
First of all, to be accepted from sitting board members. That's right. Okay. You gotta send her you got authority. Okay.
CNN right now, they're showing some other talking heads, but I bet you if we go to C-SPAN, we can still go back to the live.
No, he's done. The hearing's done.
The hearing is done?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys can bring us the...
There's something so funny about someone being wheeled out.
I know.
And shouting stuff about their shoulder.
It makes it much, you gotta lock the wheels or something. I don't know. It's harder to stay and be effective. They can just wheel you out.
Yeah, well.
How much you want to bet that that's a lady who's an activist, probably some genderqueer activist who's disabled, and you are not listening to the voices of the disabled community.
Yeah. Do we want to hear what these hags on CNN have to say at all?
No, we'll go to them after. So here's a senator from Oregon. This is hey, can we bring up the intellectual fallacy alert? Can we bring that up? Because this is what the left does. It's all they have. It's the appeal to authority fallacy. I haven't even seen this clip yet, but I can guess, I can bet. I have a description here. They're shaming RFK because all the experts, by the way, who determined COVID policy, all the experts at WHO who don't acknowledge that Taiwan even exists, all the experts who said it came from a bat sandwich in a wet market, all those experts are against RFK. So there.
I don't get letters from thousands of people who are not political saying that this set of changes is going to damage American healthcare, and particularly
That weirdo needs to be fucking thrown out.
I don't get any letters.
The healthcare industry is struggling right now.
Yeah, maybe you're listening to a selective group of people. You get me, and I will. Fine. I will tell you what, Senator. I will put my mailbag against your mailbag any day of the week.
That is false act. My mailbag.
It's like, hey, ball bag. He was making and this is the guy he went on afterwards to say, you've been in that seat, what, 20, 25 years and you haven't done anything? So basically he was trying to make a point, like all these experts are writing in letters, they're telling us that you're wrong, all the doctors. He goes, I got tons of doctors telling me I'm doing the right thing. And he's like, well, I don't want to. He's like, well, maybe you're listening to the wrong guys. How about we compare mailbags? Yeah. How about you look at the people that I have telling me? It just negates his point completely. It's like, that we're not polling the audience.
Yeah. He should have pulled that bag out.
Industry.
That bag of mail should have pulled the letter out and says, Dear Cigarette Santa.
Yeah. Yes, it should have been on American 34th Street. All these letters to RFK cause. That's my ball bag.
Yeah, the senator's getting letters from bureaucrats while he's getting letters from actual doctors.
Yeah. Right.
Also,
and parents.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing, too. Let's assume that they're right for a second. Let's assume that let's walk through it. Lockdowns are right. Shutting down schools for over a year. Of course, shutting down business, rent forgiveness, student loan forgiveness, all of these policies. Believing that it didn't come from a lab, but it came from a wet market. Vaccinating young children, forcing it on pregnant women, all of these. Let's assume that they're right. Okay, so on one side you have the left, you have these people, the bureaucrats, the experts they're referring to. On the other side, you do have plenty of experts, practicing doctors and people who are sounding the alarm at this point in time. But even if you look at these two and say, I think they're more right, and I'm really glad that I took 18 mRNA injections, fine. You can say, okay, what's the prescribed solution? One side was allow states to do what they believe is appropriate for their state. Don't mandate a vaccine. Allow the teachers and the people who want to go back to school to go back to school. And the other side was saying, no, it's exclusively our way and the advice of only our experts or else. So even if you agree with their science, likely because you haven't looked into it, well, who is actively harming you more? I mean, what does it harm you for someone to say, hey, it's experimental, because everything right now is experimental. It's a novel virus. We're hearing good things about hydroxychloroquine. Oh, turns out ivermectin is better. We're hearing good things about perhaps using these supplements of NAD and zinc and quercetin so that it can, we're seeing some good things with patients. These are protective measures that maybe you can take. For crying out loud, during COVID, you had people being banned because there were medical experts online saying, I am not saying that this is a cure at all, but of course, your overall fitness is going to make you far more robust to withstanding these diseases. So exercise, eat right? If you could lose some weight, that may actually have more of an effect than even being vaccinated. If you could get your BMI in a healthy range, those people were banned. That's assuming the same level of expertise. By the way, the one group of experts who said our way or the highway were also saying that you should transition your kids. No, sorry, you're not allowed to prevent your children from transitioning. So only one side, if you agree with them more as far as the starting off point, only one side was offering exclusively a corrosive solution. Doesn't that count for something?
How did we even get here, too? This is the group of people, the Dallas Buyers Club movie.
Yeah.
When people were dying because of this, of AIDS, and it was a death sentence, right? They were willing to go anywhere to try anything. They make movies about that now, like tearjerker movies to say, see how the medical community denied people any kind of treatment. They would sign a form saying, I don't care how experimental it is, I'm going to die.
Called the right to try.
Exactly, the right to try. And now, when it comes around on COVID, you have no right to try. Right. People are still dying. I'm not kidding. People forget that when somebody went on a ventilator, we all go, oh no. Because that was a death sentence. They did not know how to fix you. And ventilator was like last try. They were running out of them.
And by the way, I think the right to try means you should have the right to try an mRNA injection. You should. Shouldn't be an $80 billion contract with no liability whatsoever at large for companies like Pfizer and Moderna. But I think if you want to, you should have the right to try, sign that waiver, and say, I will deal with whatever ramifications come my way. I think if you have a terminal illness, I think you should be able to try any drug you want, regardless of whether it causes a tummy ache. And I'm vehemently against mandates. The left doesn't believe you have the right to try, and they're pro-mandate. That's what the right to try is. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have the right to try these things, but that they are. They are, and also it's anti-right to try. You know why? Because you know what happens when you have these giant, effectively no bid government contracts to 3 pharmaceutical companies? You have less things to try because there's less competition. The incentive is a race to get the government contract. We see that all the time. It's a race. to create a business model for a bailout. Right to try means everyone can bring these things to market. Now, it's not going to be considered approved. It's not going to be considered effective until it's gone through trials that are replicated. That's what RFK Jr., that's what I believe. But if you're in a tight spot and it's showing promise and it hasn't finished that process, if you are willing to waive that liability, you can try it. We're not forcing you to try something experimental and forcing you to waive liability as they did en masse with these companies.
Yeah.
Do you guys see it? One side always inches closer to taking away your freedoms, even if you agree with their LGBTQ, AIP, mRNA science. How much do you value their science versus your rights? Because that's the decision you have to make. That's what's at stake here. RFK Jr., as I also understand it, unloaded on just that, those health bureaucrats. He's not a fan. Clip RFK CDC go.
Yeah, Senator, you know, this morning I got the latest numbers from CDC that 76.4% of Americans now have a chronic disease. This is stunning. My uncle was president, was 11%, 1950 was 30%. They had 76.4%. 8 out of 10 of our kids cannot qualify for military service. This is a national security issue. When my uncle was president, we spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion. It's the biggest cause. It's increasing. And all of the arguments that Republicans and Democrats have about single payer, Obamacare, or the various ways to allocate the health dollars, they're all like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. If we don't end this chronic disease, we are the sickest country in the world. That's why we have to fire people at CDC.
Yep.
They did not do their job.
Yep.
Good. This was their job to keep us healthy. And I need to fire some of those people to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I love it. By the way, can we pull that last bit of that clip up? Just the last bit. Who's the girl looking at? Because she's making eyes at somebody.
Oh, I don't. Let me see.
There.
Can you rewind it? I missed
That's
that.
why we have to fire people
Look
at
at her.
CDC.
Ooh.
They did
She's
not
looking
do
off
their
to
job.
his left somewhere at somebody,
This was
just
their
like.
job to keep us healthy. And I need to fire some of those.
Look at that.
people to make sure this doesn't happen again.
It's like one of those. It's one of those posters that follows you.
Yes, I was just thinking like Scooby-Doo painting.
Yeah. He's like, it's time for my injection.
I think she was just looking at the chairman there.
I think she heard someone act like a man and got tingly. That's what I think just happened.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm gonna fire some of them too. Good.
Yeah, he was walking on his way over and saw it. He's like, "You sit off to my right on camera."
Yeah, she's gonna go home and punch her man in the throat tonight.
I'll talk like RFK out of vibrato in that voice.
Oh my goodness.
50 Shades of RFK.
So we have one more clip. If you want to do that, we can do PBD either right now or we can do it later.
Yeah, I had one. Well, let me see the other clip, but I had one point to make on this.
It's the one about making stuff up, like you're just making stuff up.
Well, here's the thing. I will say, the left will try and say, well, that's because of increased, more efficient testing. Okay, that doesn't account for the shorter lifespan.
And shrinking lifespan,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah,
I've been thinking about that a lot lately. I've been thinking about the lifespan, I've been thinking about the replacement rate.
Yep.
It's been keeping me up.
It doesn't account for the obesity rates using, if anything, more effective metrics or pretty stable metrics if we're just going by BMI. It doesn't explain that. People, your job is to keep people. Well, I wouldn't say keep people healthy. Your job is to ensure that people have the right access to the correct information so that they can make informed decisions and be healthy. People are less healthy. They're dying younger, and they're having lower quality of life outcomes as far as health care. What metric are you guys using to say you're good at your job? Can anyone answer that? Can anyone? I know we have some people who are kind of coming into the fold here. Anyone here who still has trust in these institutions? Can anyone answer me? What metric are you using to suggest that the CDC or HHS is good at their job? I honestly, because I try and steelman the arguments of the left. I guess some people might say there would have been far more lives lost if they didn't during COVID. Okay, but I'm talking about at large. People are less healthy, sicker, dumber. A objectively, regardless of testing. We're not just talking about testing. I get it, they catch diseases earlier, that's understood. Doesn't account for life expectancy, doesn't account for obesity. What metric? Let's run that next clip that you were discussing right there. I'm seeing this for the first time.
When have you produced the data that you relied on and that this FDA relied on to change those parameters? You did it behind closed doors. And now parents who decide that they do want their children to have children
making stuff up.
I'm not
You're just making stuff up.
You know, sometimes when you make an accusation, it's kind of a confession, Mr. Kennedy. So let's just.
That's the I am rubber, you are glue defense.
To Senator Warner's point, to the parents who are concerned all around the country, to people who want to get the COVID vaccine this fall, even if they're under 65, because the boosters have worked, there's been much less serious disease, people do not have the same level of
You need a booster?
COVID that they used to
Bullshit.
because of these
Should work on the
vaccines.
first one,
People who
bitch.
want to exercise their freedom of choice are being denied that. Because you are citing data that you won't produce to the public, and you are objecting.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't, with respect, I do not think I'm the one making the
You are lying right now.
I will tell you where she's lying, okay? The reason that people are resigning is because he's pushing for the data to be public, and he is not barring anyone from getting the vaccine. None of those claims are true whatsoever. You want to get it? Okay, fine. Is she talking about what she means? Does she mean that if you don't throw a never-ending supply of public funding at it, that you're preventing people from getting the vaccine? That's usually what they mean. It's usually the wish list argument is how I refer to it. And then saying, hey, you're doing this behind closed doors. No, his whole push is so that things don't happen behind closed doors. That's why you have this petition. That's why the people who've done it behind closed doors no longer want him. They're trying to get him fired.
It's almost like they don't want the information that they worked on to be out there.
Yeah.
That's crazy. By the way, they just
Don't expose me.
Oh, they may have just been taking a break.
I think they're actually back now. It looked like they were adjourning, but maybe they just.
Well, thanks for cutting me off at the knees there.
I just told you, my thing.
Okay, let's see. It's Blackburn right now, so it'll probably be more friendly.
Yeah.
Appreciate your comments to Senator Warner on the area wage index. He and I have worked on fixing that, and we appreciate your attention. I am delighted to know that you're going to end the revolving door and the conflicts of interest. I have found it so unseemly that people who work with a pharmaceutical or with a big food company then go back over into CDC or NIH or FDA, and then they're signing off on regulation for.
Yeah, since this is friendly, I have one question. Since these people care so much about public health, right, and they believe in never-ending supply of government funds, there's never been a single program they want to cut unless it's something involving the military because they want you less safe. Okay, maybe the police too, but that's more local. All right, man, you care about people's health, yeah. Why would you want soda and candy on Snap?
Mental health. Yeah, duh.
Do you think that someone who who spends or uses all their SNAP resources, EBT, on soda and candy, as opposed to what I propose, which is necessities, produce, milk, meat, do you think they are more or less likely to develop chronic diseases? Could we find some common ground there? Since the government's providing it, could we just ensure that since it's the one area where we will control, I don't want to infringe on people's choice, but since it is funded by the government, the taxpayer, hey, how about we ensure that they're making healthy decisions? Wait, hold on a second. Okay, no, hey, you're all about democracy. Let's put it to a vote. The taxpayers who fund it, the ones who contribute, you can't have the people taking vote. Let's toss that to a democratic vote. The people paying the taxes, if they believe that we should be providing unhealthy foods to people on SNAP or EBT, there's nothing about these people on the left that cares about your freedom or your health. There's one side arguing for people to be healthier, to be more informed in making their decisions, to be able to defend themselves, to be able to make their own financial decisions. Do not say that both sides are the same. There are bad people on the right, sure. But if it's only a sliver, that is the only portion left of representatives in the United States government and all the bureaucratic organizations therein advocating for Americans to be able to make more informed decisions, to be able to make more decisions to be healthier and to be able to protect themselves and their family. In other words, if they had their way, you would be more independent and free to be healthier, sicker, stronger, defend your home, or be a victim, but it's up to you. If you believe the one side, you would be required to be dependent on them for everything. And it only gets worse. Dependent on the people who've objectively created a scenario with worse health outcomes than 40 years ago. How did we get there? Think about it. That includes the generations of people who came up from Vietnam who are inhaling Agent Orange.
Yeah.
Think about that.
It's intense.
All right, so they're going continue with the...
She's continuing right now. We'll probably get more fired up stuff. I mean, again, CNN is covering this in a very predictable way. Of course, right? They're basically saying that, they're going to rate Robert Kennedy over the coals, or RFK Jr., I'm calling it. But here, listen, here's some positive news before we go. Trump DOJ deliberates over gun ban for transgenders, this according to the Daily Wire. So individuals within the DOJ are reviewing ways to ensure that mentally ill individuals suffering from gender dysphoria are unable to obtain firearms while they are unstable and unwell.
Oh, that's an interesting conversation.
An interesting conversation about the gun part, but here's what I like about that. They're at least calling it what it is.
Yep.
Mentally ill people with gender dysphoria. Please keep saying that. Over and over and over on a loop.
This is going to create an argument from the left about, not about red flag, I was going to say about the right to self-defense.
Yeah.
And I think that's a healthy argument to have.
Yeah.
Because, I think we need to reclassify it as mental disorder again.
Yeah.
And then that would prevent people from buying certain firearms. But they're going to make that argument that, now you're saying that trans people, they don't deserve to defend themselves. You want to raise trans people, they can't defend themselves. Ooh, interesting point about defending yourself.
Yeah. You should bring that. Tell me again about red flag laws. Do you believe that someone who takes a Xanax should not be allowed? Okay. Are they in a statistical risk category, the 42% attempted suicide rate? No, that's only paranoid schizophrenics and transgenders. Interesting.
Keep talking.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're drafting a DSM-6.
Yeah. Yes. About time.
And then the left will say, no, that doesn't count. We only go by the DSM-5.
Yeah, right. We only go by the DSM. It's all about the 5. It's all about 5 these days, folks. Everybody knows it's about 5. Vagina.
Get $20 off 5 cans of Zyn when you take the Zyn 10 challenge. Try it for 10 days. Smoke free.
Killing it here, no matter what.
Thank you, Josh, too.
It could be Valerie trying to throw it over somewhere, trying to get it off of her. Valerie,
Who would want to get off on Valerie?
if it's you,
What?
your son's you. What is this? I say ejaculate, dude. Keep it clinical. If this is you, dude, it's gonna kill me.
Why me?
Because you're gonna get so many points right here. Everyone here is wrong.
Well, you can take at least a point away from me by writing me.
Yeah, I know, math. I'm playing it strategically.
Oh, you're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
You're Jay, oh. You're an idiot. There's one person you can have taken their points away. You fool.
Alex,
whose story was this?
That story belongs to Lewis.
who would say drawing abilities?
There is a
I have won many awards for my drawing and painting abilities. First grade, Fire Prevention Award. Second grade, Fire Prevention Award. ShopRite West Haverstraw Easter Coloring Contest with paints. Another year, like 3 years later, Easter coloring contest with paints. That's all my awards.
Lewis.
Nope. That was 4. What? 4 awards. That's many.
That's many? I gotta say this, Lewis. I know your dad was stabbed, so I'm so proud of you.
Oh yeah. I do forget your dad was stabbed. I'm proud of you too, dude. 4 awards.
I only know that because of roast battles. I'm so sorry I said that.
Your dad would be so proud in Puerto Rican heaven, which is hell.
I think you say that about Bad Bunny.
Puerto Rican heaven. Alex, nice little shake-up just now. Let us know where our point spread is.
All right, in last place with 0 points, Pete Lee.
The caboose. He's holding up the rear.
In 4th place with 2 points, Valerie Vaughn.
Miss Valerie Vaughn.
Tied for 2nd place with 6 points each, Big J. Ogerson and Josh Wolf. And in the lead with 8 points, Luis J. Gomez.
Well, we are halfway through our game. We have 4 stories down. I'm in the lead. I'm always in the lead. I'm pretty good at this. Let's do some plugs. We have this whole second half of the show to get to. If really anybody's game so, but Josh, what are you plugging, my friend?
My latest special came out with sale yesterday.
Yeah.
My latest special,
It's a silent film.
That might be the oldest thing I've done in a long fucking time.
Mine. I got myself. That was good.
My latest special came out on my YouTube channel yesterday. It's called the Campfire Special. And I do a podcast with my son, my youngest son, called Hangman. Which is, yeah. It's a good time.
What a dumb idea.
All right, you can catch me this weekend at the Ontario Improv. Is this coming out this week?
Probably a couple weeks.
All right, Janesville, Wisconsin, August 22nd, 23rd. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Cosby. No, I'm just kidding. It's at Peatly, and please, that's all I care about. At Peatly. Do that. I don't give a fuck. That's all that matters.
Hell yeah. Valerie Vaughn.
You guys can just find all of my stuff on getinthecar.com, pretty much, and then getinthecar_ on Instagram.
Hell yeah. Very cool. Big J.
BigJ.com, BigJComedy.com for all my dates. Look for a city near you. Big J versus Peter North American Tour coming on a city near you. If you get it, you get it. And of course, Bonfire 5 days a week, Faction Talk Sirius XM 103 with me and the great Robert Kelly, and of course the flagship show right over here, Fast Digital, the motherfucking Legion of Skanks. Oh, and I've also started doing some live streaming, so follow my YouTube on that, Big J Ogerson.
Very cool. Come see me live on the road. The Bring 5 Friends Tour coming to a city near you. September, I got Portland, Maine coming up. I got Key West, Florida, Levittown, New York, and a lot of other stuff. Go to lewisofskanks.com. Check out all my other podcasts, The Regs, Legion of Skanks, my solo podcast. Get my book on pre-order right now, Knives and Spoons on Amazon. And subscribe to Gas Digital, the brand new Gas Digital. Go to GasDigital.com. There's like 30 episodes that aren't available anywhere else of Story Wars, plus pre-release on all the episodes, ad-free, uncensored episodes. GasDigital.com. Use the promo code WAR. You save $1.50 a month. It supports the show. Thank you very much.
All right. We have 4 final stories to go. And Pete, you're probably feeling pretty shitty right about now.
Honestly, I've been getting laughs, so I'm alright.
No, I've watched you throw a full-blown missy fit. You want this book and you want it bad.
I really do.
Well, here's the good news. You're not out of the game.
I'm not?
At all. Not even sort of. You can come back in one round because for the final 4 stories, we decided to go double points.
Holy shit, Pete Lee.
You're back, dude. And we're back.
It's just like that, because before, if you fooled somebody, you'd only get 1 point, and if you guess the right story, you get 2 points, but now that moves up to double points. Self-explanatory.
Yep. You guys love double points. I was wondering what was going to happen when everybody did it, but no, just you. No, they love double points. All right. I feel like we're in Tommy Boy. I'm like, you were there. Second Tommy Boy reference.
So Pete, in order to trigger double points, you need to be a story warrior. You need to have won an episode of Story Wars.
I'm Josh Bull. What do I get to do? Are you sniffing that marker? I need to win somehow. I'm just coloring in my grays.
Alex, story number 5.
Story number 5. I once bought a piece of art from an antique store, and it haunted my house. I heard a man talking to me every night until I burned sage and placed religious figures all over the house.
And then me and my friends built a wicker man, and we all danced naked around.
Hey Val, I have a question. So you got a house?
Yeah.
Mine burned down. It did. By the way, the week that my house burned down, Big J and Robert Kelly, medium size, they went on their podcast and they're like, he was renting, and I was.
Bobby Kelly was hurt by that. He brought this information to me. He said that he gave you, and this is a fair thing.
So by the way, I was my house burned down in Pacific Palisades. So everything I own in the place that I was renting.
Seriously?
The thing you don't know is I did own a house. So I did.
It survived?
Yeah. Well, no. Fuck no. But we get like 10% of insurance. But do you know how many? By the way, I love you guys for this. I don't know. I know your sense of humor is theirs. So can I tell you something? They went on the week that my house burned down. They're like, he was a renter. Fuck him. And I like.
This is being misconstrued.
Can I tell you my whole? You know how like old men's ears keep growing, old ladies' ears keep growing, and they come up to me in airports. So that clip on Fallon, because I went on Fallon the next day after my house burned down, and old ladies' hands just keep growing. And 70 million people saw this thing, and they're all old ladies. And they fucking walk up to me in airports with their giant old lady hands, and they lock me in. And it's like 5 in the morning. Imagine your greatest trauma in life. They're like, I'm so sorry about your home. And I'm like, and every meet and greet I do, I'm so sorry about your home. And I fucking love your awful fucking piece of shit fans. Dude, in the middle of these old lady hands in my meet and greet, they're like, you are a renter, you piece of shit. And it makes me feel so good.
They buy tickets, though. They buy tickets. That's important. They buy tickets.
They buy tickets, and I love you guys so much.
They're consumers. But in fact, what Bob
I had a house on the ocean.
I'm also catching a little bit of Bobby's shrapnel here because what happened was, and I understand Bobby's point though, was that Pete was getting, people were hearing the story that Pete's house burned down. That's how you heard it.
Yeah.
And so he immediately, everyone gave, to no fault of his own, everybody gave your home you own burned down energy. And then it was like, it was a rental, you're like, oh.
Yeah. But I also
Somebody else's house burnt down that we don't know.
But your towels.
But I. That's
Oh no,
My towels.
I'm so sorry. This is the place to tell a joke. If you, I don't know where you stand on Israel Palestine, but I argue both depending on the Uber I'm in. I'm sorry I said that. But no, but yeah, I didn't want to tell anybody about the other thing, but I even went on Fallon and I was like, I was renting this house. I even said it. I said it.
I vote for Val.
Come on, Pete, get your double points.
Yeah. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts, you guys.
You're the only one with sage in their house.
I don't believe in ghosts. I take that back. I take that back.
I'm a male feminist.
Come on. Val, you don't.
You think this is Lewis?
I did have time, I'm too.
Okay, it's definitely you.
Guard.
It's definitely her.
I don't believe in ghosts.
I'm about to get double points.
Didn't even give me a
I jotted it down before she finished talking.
All of our answers are in.
Story number 5 belongs to Valerie Vaughn.
And you know what's funny? Alex actually took out a story once while on my period.
Yeah.
We still knew it.
Well, it was I started my period in art class.
So
That was a weird non-laugh. I felt that supportive.
So you really did hear, Val, you really did hear a man talking to you every night?
No, I really did. So I bought this piece of art. It's like a long little rectangle. It's a girl giving her dog a bath.
Like, what do you think is long?
Oh my God! That'll kill you!
It's pretty
6
big.
inches.
It was pretty big. But it's a girl giving her dog a bath, and I hung it in my hallway, and my house was so fucking haunted until I got rid of that thing. It was haunted house.
Talking to you every night?
Every night I was
Did you just
like,
leave your can open?
I was laying in bed, and
Did it sound like, do you sleep? Did it sound like Pete at all?
He's like, hey,
It sound like Pete.
you should totally pee.
I'm not so famous by the internet, am I?
Hey, ooh, I'm a ghost. You should totally pee right now. You totally have to fart.
We can both survive on this plane. Because you're so
Ooh, your mom's getting tired.
Only touching yourself can free my spirit.
that's not
What the
what
fuck?
No, can you maybe suck your own poo? This is Ghost 15?
I hope that's what people
You
say
should
about
totally
increase.
bathe. You should bathe your feet in milk. Ooh, that wouldn't be hot at all.
Sucking your own toes would probably make the spirits rest. Yes, that's a girl.
I care about your mind and your future. And I'm not afraid of your past.
You should call me gay.
That was my grandfather's name. Who owned the painting?
Shame my penis while I masturbate.
Tell me how small it is and how dumb I am. What a loser I am.
This little dumb thing would never make you feel good. Ooh, I'm so close.
oh my god.
I lost everything I owned, but I actually have a lot of money. And I'm one of the owners of Liquid Death.
Ground level liquid death.
Second floor.
So I'm sorry, Val, we ruined your story.
Oh yeah, there's a man speaking to you up there. Get her flowers.
Nothing was cool with that. I wish they were saying that to me. That would be so much
Is
better.
that what we're saying? You're gonna die, bloody dad.
No, he kept saying.
I'm talking to your father. He hates you. He doesn't forgive you. You'll feel the sting of 1,000 spiders.
No, this is what I kept hearing is terracotta eyes. How creepy is that? Terracotta eyes.
There's not eyes, just those words.
Yeah.
Just a
And it was like
lyric.
it was like when you it's like when you hear yourself talking in your own head.
You think it was the
But it was
Mexicans doing
amazing.
your tile or stuck in the walls or something?
Maybe. Well, the guy that was there before me also like dug out a hole in my backyard and buried all of the shit because he was a hoarder. So I feel like there's just like
Bury his stuff.
all of his and who knows what's in there yet.
20 seconds. Terracotta eyes. Every moment of the night. I think that was pretty quick with it.
And it was one of Clark's 3 major 80s
You
hits.
guys are so young, you're like, that was like one of my mom's songs.
Alex, where are our points at? Five stories in.
All right, in last place with 2 points, Valerie Long. In 4th place with 4 points,
Hello.
Pete Lee.
Let's go, Pete Lee.
Oh my God, Valerie, you're beneath me.
Welcome to the points party.
Tied for 2nd place with 10 points each, Big J. Okerson and Josh Wolf.
How did it?
And in the lead with 12 points, Luis J. Gomez.
All right, let's take a quick moment, Story Warriors, and thank Prize Picks for being a longtime sponsor on the show. I'll tell you right now, you and I make decisions every single day, but on Prize Picks, being right can actually get you paid. This is, look, whether you're a sports guy or you're not like me, it makes watching sports that much more exciting, having a little skin in the game, and you don't even have to be an expert. Jay, let them know how easy it is to bet Prize Picks.
It's extremely simple. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 players' projected stats in any sport. More or less, it's that simple. If they projected someone's going to throw for 200 yards, you're just going to say they're going to throw for more or they're going to throw for less. 50-50 shot is that easy. And they also have very, very fast payouts. They offer Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, more. They even have Flex Pay, where you can still cash out even if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of the picks doesn't hit. Very simple. All you gotta do is download the app today, the Prize Picks app, and use the code WARZ, W-A-R-Z, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. It's that easy. That's guaranteed, by the way. The $50 is guaranteed in lineups. That's code WARZ, W-A-R-Z, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. It's Prize Picks. It's good to be right. All right, let's get back into it.
Alex, story number 6.
Story number 6. I've been to the same art museum over 100 times, but I've only gone inside once.
What am I?
Oh my God. A $10 bill.
Are you the devil? You're the devil. You're the devil.
Dude.
It sounds like such a fucking.
Do you have a jacket with question marks on it?
Yeah.
Almost riddle me this.
Riddle me this, Batman.
Is there a subway stop near a museum?
Well, almost for the same reason I thought the story about the clogging the toilet was. I know you sold tickets around the city a bunch, so that's why I would feel.
Hold on, can you order drinks more loudly?
With extra ice, please! If he does, I hope he takes it literally. Oh, sorry. 2 beers! This strikes me as you selling tickets outside.
Me.
Yeah.
Selling tickets.
Well, you're not going inside because you're selling tickets outside.
All Lowe's does is sell tickets.
Damn, that's how you sound, idiot.
That was a supportive roast.
Oh, thank you.
I hope I made a really dead big stab joke.
So,
oh wait, I didn't say that part.
I will say that, I mean, you did play the numbers game here, but I've already had 2 stories out today, as you pointed out.
It's random.
Hey.
There it is, yeah.
Hey, fuckface, I know the rules. I made them.
Dude, this guy laid these bricks. Yeah, I'm a bricklayer. Her nickname is Bricks.
I mean, no, look, you're right. This is obviously somebody who has worked in a building that an art museum was in, something like that, right? Maybe it's Sirius XM. Is there an art museum at Sirius XM?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, but you're denying it like you denied the other two. The exact.
Oh, he's a scumbag piece of shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with your Kaiser Sose mustache.
Yeah. Your deceptive fucking mustache.
I feel like some of the people, they never seen the movie, the context seemed meaner than it really was.
I know that's the joke that got
like,
through all night. Kaiser Soze joke.
Fucking edgy comment.
You teeter that one.
Yeah. Yeah, Val, your mother warned you about me.
Val, you do a lot of person on the street stuff also, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
seems like
But I don't live in a city, so.
there's no art museum.
Wait, what city do you live in?
Huntington Beach.
What's your address?
You live
Sometimes
in
you must vulnerable.
What time do you usually home?
in Huntington Beach. Oh, in LA. Oh, I have a home there too.
Is it burned down?
That one's currently on fire.
Yeah.
I have a place here in Columbus Circle, and then I have a place in Beverly Hills now.
Pete, what did you do with your last comic standing money? How are you doing this well?
Would you get a ground level Starbucks?
I invested it in Gas Digital.
Nice. Oh my god.
They're making tablecloth money.
Fuck me, dude. I fucked up. I sold early on that.
You did. I mean, this could be anybody here. I mean, I'm getting Big J vibes. Big J, you haven't had a story yet, right?
What fucking art museum am I going to?
But you didn't go. You just stood out front.
Yeah.
Honestly, with those glasses, the MoMA.
I did live
Oh my god, an exhibit that was all iPods? Wow.
I've been to the same art museum over one interest. So being outside of it, smoking a cigarette. This is near a comedy club or his job at Sirius XM. I'm going Big J Okerson. He's doing, look at his bad acting face right now. Look at it, guys, look at it, really focusing on his face. Look at it. Jay, is this you?
No.
Yeah.
Jay, look at the crowd. Let everyone know. Is this you?
Yeah.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That's you. Yeah.
I'm
guys
in my
fucking idiots.
It could be Josh again.
I'm gonna put Josh because he's been alive forever.
That's true. This is gonna be over the course of
That is
70
true.
years.
That's like not a lot of exposures if you've been alive for centuries.
That's true.
I'm a Highlander. And on my last life, I decided to podcast and do comedy.
It's true. I've been to New York City over 1,000 times in my lifetime. So.
Josh has the same lifeline as the vampire Lestat.
Nice.
Sick reference. Alex, all of our answers right.
Story number 6 belongs to Big J Okerson.
Sorry, I feel like I guided everyone towards you.
Wait, you said Josh, right?
What art museum is this, Shay?
Come on, let me give you 2 seconds to think about it. Maybe you guys can finish the story for me.
Okay.
Come on.
We have started. So
Where am I from? Where am I from?
Oh, you would cry outside of the Rocky statue like a.
I'm not going in the fucking museum. I'm gonna run up and down the steps, do the Rocky thing, go pay my respects to the statue, and then go about my business. I've done that over 100 times easily.
I've personally
And when
done
is
that over a dozen times.
Yeah.
And I'm not from Philly.
What's the one time you went inside?
School trip. They made us.
Yeah.
They made us. We asked if we could just stay outside and keep going up those steps and jump in like Rocky, but it is what it is.
Dude, how do we not see that?
Huh?
How do we not see that?
We did.
Everybody except you did. I was worried it was too obvious it was me, and I was right, except for you.
Alex, where are our points at?
All right, back in last place with 4 points. Pete Lee.
Yeah.
Back in last! That was the most hurtful use of the word back since I referred to my ex.
She had a bad back.
Oh man. Having a chicken our age you have to describe as having a bad back sucks. Hey, how's your girlfriend? Her back's bad.
Wait, can I tell you guys my
acting up?
Can I tell you guys my favorite? There's a comedian out of Minneapolis named Dwight York that needs to be shouted out. He had this great joke. He goes, he looked like he just got out of prison. He goes, my girlfriend and I can't do a doggy style because she's got a real bad back. I mean, she can get up on all fours. I just don't like looking at it.
Shout out Dwight York. You know something funny? You know I know him. I worked with him one time at the Buffalo Chip in fucking Sturgis Festival.
Oh shit, yeah.
He was hosting the comedy show in the little fucking room there.
Did you fly to Minneapolis and he drove you?
No.
Yeah, he doesn't have a license.
No, not at all.
You guys want to have a nice reminiscing after the show? This old story?
Well, let me get my points from my fucking sick-ass Rocky story.
Please. Alex, points?
In 4th place with 6 points, Valerie Vaughn. In 3rd place with 12 points, Big J Okerson. In 2nd place with 14 points, Josh Wolf.
Hey, do I get a point handicap for my age?
No.
No, my brain works a little slower.
No,
I can't see that well.
Look, you can take it over the commission.
I do it. I have to make sure I'm not sitting on my nuts all of the time.
Your face doesn't say that at all.
Yeah, but my nuts do.
Damn. I'd like to see them one day.
Yeah.
They have the same hair.
Short
It's
curls.
got a little bit of curl on the back.
Alex?
And in the lead with 16 points, Louis J. Gomez.
Everybody, I couldn't warn you enough to get on your game for these last 2 stories because this club can't wait to throw out all because of you. It's a second chance romance set in the close-knit community of Pine Creek. Choosing each other could mean revisiting old wounds, but it might also give them the future they both want. Their story is about the courage to open up again and how the place you once left behind can hold the love that you were meant to find. That girl's gotta go chill off, that was so hot. She's gonna flick bean, that was so erotic the way I read that.
Does Louis win all the time?
Yeah, he's a cheater. And he works with
I don't cheat.
everybody who works at the show and does the points and scoring also works for Louis, who's afraid of him because he threatens them their jobs.
Yeah.
He threatens them physically sometimes, and I've seen him hit them.
Yeah. And the J stands for winner.
Damn, laying loads on you, dude. Yo, Pete, these
comedy loads all over.
Yeah, but they were nice.
Alex, story number 7.
How many stories left?
2.
Sarah, can I get another Maker's Mark double? I love you, Lewis.
I love you, Pete.
Wait, I mean, Val. I do love you, Lewis.
Story number 7. I finger fucked some dude's belly button at a music festival.
All right, can I say, even though sandbagging myself, it's Valerie, me, or Lewis.
You guys don't know, but I go to music festivals. I'm not trying to cast reasonable doubt, but like,
Which finger would you use to finger fuck a dude's belly button?
well, this one, because this one's kind of mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. The pinky's condescending. You're like,
Yeah.
oh. The pinky's gonna tickle. You gotta fill the belly button up. If you get too deep, it's gonna get that tingle feeling.
But I am from the early 2000s, so I'd be like, Sufa. You know?
Nice. I like
That was a
that.
Dane Cook joke. I love him, by the way.
He's a comedian from then.
He's, I didn't mean to, when you didn't laugh, that was hateful. He's a friend of mine. I made a joke about him one time on a podcast, and then we talked. He goes, hey, you made a joke about me, and it was hateful. And I go, oh my God, I love you. And we hugged. And we kissed, and I fingered him. I fingered his belly button, and I love him.
So look, I'm getting Josh Wolf vibes. I think the music festival was the original Woodstock, and yeah, dude, it was free
It
love.
was Jimi Hendrix.
It was free love, dude. Fucking Santana was on stage, just wailing. You were like, oh.
Let's do like some like healthy rap and act like I don't know, make it dimensional. Let's do some like throttle in there too. We started this journey with family court pain, data theory, bootstrap, consciousness gain, Claude and Commander, Trinity Protocol, real eight-dimensional rap stack. How does it feel? From Spokane harassment to federal RICO case, systematic documentation, evil can't escape, level 8 consciousness, one war can deploy, every manipulation tactic systematically destroyed. Let's do like some like healthy rap and act like I don't know.
You're on acid. It was Altamont. The Hells Angels were getting a little rough with the people. But it's okay, so Deep Purple went on. Everything was on fire. It didn't matter. Smoke on the water. Fire finger in the chin. Smoke on the water. Finger fuck the slut. Oh, gang, oh, gang, oh.
Dude,
I like this one.
Yeah, you're thumbing it in.
Yeah.
That's butt.
While you're grabbing top fat.
It feels though.
Oh
honestly.
yeah, a little fupa and finger blast.
Little finger blast right there. That's the motion.
Dude.
What a crazy thing to high five on.
What? My son is here.
Yeah.
Yo, your son is here. He should know the things we've done. We were friends for long before you were born. Your father's a different man now. Wink, wink.
He's in an urn.
No, that could require.
I want to say this is Val. This is Val getting content. Some fat guy came over and you figure
That's too obvious. If it was me, I wouldn't have said something.
Well, if it was you, the other one, you wouldn't have said sage and witchcraft.
That's true.
Hey Val. Hey Val. I've only known you today.
Yeah.
This many days?
This many days.
Nice.
And that was the finger that he put in that.
That's right.
This many days.
I've known you this many days.
I gotta be honest, I don't know.
You don't do that deep in the belly button. The G-spot's pretty up front.
Oh, yeah.
You keep doing it like this. Is that-
Yeah. That's how I get in there.
Well, come here.
Yeah, come hither motion.
But I don't know you to be vulgar, even though you keep hitting your vape like a stripper.
Well, yeah. I am pretty vulgar.
By the way, have you ever gotten a lap dance where she doesn't hit her vape? You're like, all right.
Just give me
that part
give me
just
90 seconds of attention.
Yeah. Will you say the word? Will you say finger fucked?
I finger fucked some dude's belly button.
Yeah. Well, I'm done. I'll see you guys.
Val, I swear I didn't want that for the clip.
Yeah.
I wanted it for journalistic integrity.
I don't want to make that
Fucking
my
God, I'm
reason.
drunk. Oh my God, I'm drunk.
I definitely think it's Val.
You think it's Josh, huh?
Finger fuck some dude's belly
If
button.
it was me and I know that I'm most likely to be the only girl here, why would I say some dudes? You know?
Okay, Val.
It would be like I.
Okay, Val. I've been in a lot of narcissistic relationships. And I understand
Do we draw
deflection through probable deniability.
Do we draw people
And I
now?
hope that we're not that.
Josh.
I promise. I promise. Gee, dude.
Jesus fucking Christ. Josh is the only one here. Well, not you. Without that belly.
Josh votes for Val. Val votes for Pete. Pete votes for Val. And Big Jefferson is drawing a way too detailed picture.
It's Val.
Did we have to draw a picture?
I just was this time.
Are you drawing Val?
Yeah, but with big monster
I
tits.
think that's what Val's got. Val's got way better hips than that, dude. You're making Val look like a goddamn dude.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Why don't you give her a big cock?
Do it.
Honestly,
Alright.
if that's what's going on.
Give me a big one, though. If you're gonna give me one, give me a big.
How's that feel, Pete?
With the big cock? And Val?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm really good at drawing dicks.
Have you guys ever seen that episode of It's Always Sunny where the hot chick has the dick? Yeah. I was always like, that would never be me.
That's how.
I've had 3 whiskeys.
Alex, all of our answers are in. Whose story was story number 7?
Story number 7 belongs to Josh Wolf.
Yeah.
No, this is Josh. Look at the dick. No, it's Josh's dick.
That's his hair.
I was taking mushrooms, and there was this big dude who was shirtless, who was running up to people, and he was shaking his shirtless like this, and he was running around.
And that's how you met Big J Okerson.
Exactly.
Woo! Gathering the Jugs, 2014.
But he was running up to people, and I couldn't hear what he was saying. And then he ran up to me, and he shook his belly at me, and he goes, "How many knuckles deep do you think you can go in my belly button?" And I was like, "What?" And he said, "How many knuckles deep?" And I was like, "None, dude. 0." And he said, "Everybody's doing it." And I was on mushrooms, and I didn't want to be the only guy who didn't finger fuck this guy's belly button.
When in Rome.
Right? So I put my finger in, and it got...
That's my asshole.
Dude! It got
Wrong belly button.
That's the stinky belly button. It got stuck because with the sweat and the suction. And
Chinese finger trap.
Exactly.
You gotta push back in to get it out.
I had to push with this hand, and when it popped out, he turned around and he went, "I finally found someone to do it!" This guy.
Nice.
How does this?
You were like the
correlate?
Cinderella.
And then I rubbed my finger under my brother's nose.
How does,
You know what?
How does it correlate in the art?
Val brings up a great point.
Because music is art. I was told to interpret it however I wanted to interpret it.
Music is
art.
I've had some acid trips, and I just right now was like, oh my God, I was there.
Yeah.
You were with it.
That was me.
All right, Alex, we have one more story, one final story.
All right.
Number 8.
Well, first,
Where
our
are points?
scores.
Yeah.
You can go. No. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt the show, but you just.
No, it's okay, Alex.
No big deal. He used to start a fight with our front row, whatever.
I would never.
Relax, dude. You can't rob him. He has no house.
I just have 2 apartments.
On the scoreboard, in last place with 4 points, Pete Lee.
But what you guys don't know is this last round is quadruple points!
In 4th place with 6 points, Valerie Vaughn. In with 12 points, Big J. Okerson. And tied for the lead with 20 points each, Luis J. Gomez and Josh Moore.
Woo-wee! It's a slobber knocker down here, Stonewall, y'all! We getting crazy with it now! Woo! Let's bring it all home and on the way! I'm going to that, what I'm doing now.
It's Puerto Rico versus somebody who's a descendant from Lucy in Africa.
Yeah. A Puerto Rican and a 2,000-year-old vampire.
We actually found Josh frozen in Antarctica. We unfroze him to be here. The world's oldest man.
Jurassic Park wolf.
I tried to get my grandkids to call me LeBron, but my son wouldn't let me. I thought that would be the best one.
All right, Story Warriors, let's take a quick moment and thank Body Brain Coffee, my coffee brand, for supporting the show. If you guys are, looking to raise your testosterone naturally without sticking a needle into your ass, Body Brain Coffee has you covered because it has an amazing ingredient, Tongat Ali, which naturally supports testosterone, naturally supports energy, naturally supports virility. It also has some other incredible ingredients like lion's mane for brain function, ashwagandha for mood, and L-theanine to smooth it all out. If you don't like getting jittery and all hopped up on caffeine, it's got L-theanine in there as well. Jay, I know you, Jay, first of all, you're looking jacked. I'm not saying it's Body Brain Coffee. I just know that your testosterone is through the roof. As manly as you've ever been, you don't even drink it. You bathe it.
I'm soaking my penis in it, but it has been doing something. I don't know what exactly. I'm not going to put it out there in writing because I don't want to get sued, but I'm telling you, it's doing something.
It really does. I'll tell you right now, everyone loves it. You go give it a try. It comes in 30-day supplies, and we're giving you a pretty incredible discount. Go to bodybraincoffee.com, use the promo code WAR25, WAR25. You're going to save 25% off your order today. It's shipped right to your door. I think you guys will absolutely love it. It's great premium freeze-dried Colombian coffee mixed with incredible...
Yeah. The tall guy. That guy was so much taller. The guy was like 6'4". He's a giant body.
Kevin, as we're seeing pat money from the pharmaceutical industry, are they all corrupt as well?
I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the
Everybody but you, son. But you know what? When you ran for president, you know, we have a corrupt finance system. Maybe you agree with me on that. Okay, you were voted for president, you had $1.5 billion behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, and I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got three.
Melted a spot on a log with a solar death ray, but I wanted to see if I could melt the entire side of it.
Has anybody else seen this weird ass video with Stephen Colbert? That kid is actively flinching when he gets close to him. And even with the makeup, he bears a strange resemblance to this kid that's been missing from Hawaii. The child from the video, the missing child from Hawaii. The fucking child from...
The scariest thing I've ever seen up there. One night at 2 in the morning, I was hanging out there, okay? And they go, you know, you can hang out here, but upstairs they're doing something. You cannot go up there in the belly room. I go, it's closed. Who gives a fuck? He's like, there's something going up there. Do not go up there. But I went up there. You know the back entrance? Up the black. I opened up that back thing, right? It's pitch black in there. But I see candles, right? I swear to God, I saw this. 15 people wearing hoods and purple cloaks. Okay? And they're chanting. Right? And then, so I go back downstairs and I wait to see it come down after the seance. You know who I saw? One of them was Lily Tomlin. Okay? The second one was Bob Zaruda. You know Bob Zaruda? And they were seancing Andy Kaufman's ghost. Did it work? I don't know. I didn't stay up there long enough to know. But what I'm saying is that there's something about that belly room that is a portal of something. Did the night there?
Babe,
Yeah.
is your sister still gay or is she?
Adaptogens and nootropics that really help you feel physically and mentally stronger.
How's that Big J's promo code working out?
Oh, that's right. EIGJZ will get you 26%.
Big J's. How's that working for you?
It's super good. People love it. EIGJZ.
And
unlikely event that you find yourself addicted?
Can anybody tell me what the #1 problem on the Chesapeake Bay is? Well, we're in the upper part of Chesapeake Bay today, and we're starting to see dead crab. Look at all this beautiful, nice crab. Dead crab, dead crab, dead crab. Could it have anything to do with this right here?
These 5 sewage treatment plants for hundreds of millions.
Seems like we're gonna end on an interesting one.
You want to know how deep I've gone down rabbit holes? I'm convinced that both of the world wars were really just to erase the old world.
So now people are getting mad that the illegals are getting kicked off of housing assistance.
What's your last name, brother? Martinez. Why are you dreadful, man? Because I'm talking to you, brother. I'm not gonna give my information out. Do you have ID? I do. You mind if I see it? I do. You don't give me your ID or your full name, I'm going to arrest you for failure to ID. Calls are not reasonable, articulate, suspicion to suspect that my crime. Yeah, I'm like, I got here to defend my rights. So I'm allowed to. You're making things better than it is. All I have is Martinez. My name is not gonna help you in your investigation. Yeah, but I made contact with you. Contact is not enough reasonable suspicion for you to seize my identification. You're not being decent. I'm asking for my identification. I'm asking you for an even date of birth. Ask me, right? That's it, brother. Don't answer questions. Put your hands on the car. You already failed to identify yourself. First off, on the back of the car.
1,500 supposed positive COVID-19 samples.
A rim job.
A mental confidence.
And then you look at Hollywood. How many Holly weirdos have transgender kids? Transgender is like 1 out of a million. When Holly.
It's not inconceivable that one day you might actually get the opportunity to meet your abductors.
How are you doing?
They don't want you to read these 7 books. That's why you must, brother.
Breaking news, people. And
Yeah, document.
So, how did you find out about the Labyrinth? Like, this is.
You ready? Yes. Okay, I'm ready. This is in the bag. Okay. There you go. The box I made for the shoes in there. How's it open? Pop the leather straps up. Open it up. Dude, these are so cool. See this right here? This is Minamoto Musashi, like style art. It's like a phantom stuff, samurai sword. Oh wow! I got that book, and then this here, elfskin leather, and like this suede from it. That's amazing. It's supposed to be like a pattern from like a bear fur. And then back here, look at this. See this piece here? Yeah. This is the paper from like the archery, and then use the paper and like right here, like from the bow that I shot. Oh wow! That's amazing. And then inside on the insole, there's like a bunch of art and stuff. That's so cool. Alien pyramid. Dude, I'm gonna wear these at the UFC weigh-ins today. Really? Yeah, that'll be cool.
Yes, therefore they're going to take you. Where is my man?
The myth of vaccines that let's say there was a company that employs. So when we travel, I bring my EMF reader with me. Notice that 0.0, and I'm in.
My wife and I are about to have our first child. I can't. Did it?
This you showing the satellite.
Satan is not against good morals. He is opposed to Jesus Christ.
It is my belief in my awareness.
Yesterday I read 4 German AFD candidates who were...
What would you say to
But,
I met a kid. I met a kid who was 16 years old. He was a chess wizard who like wanted to hang out with the bad boys. It was really interesting. He was 16 in this like really rough pool hall. And he would sit down with this guy who just got out of jail. And in jail, learned how to play chess in his head. So they don't have a board. So because they don't have a board, they have to call out the numbers in their head. So I'm watching this recently released prisoner and a 16-year-old super nerd play chess in their head. And they're calling it out. And I'm sitting there like I'm watching them do magic.
What?
Yeah.
So like C to 4-7.
Yep. And they're keeping track of the whole table in their head.
They just see it in their head.
And there was no arguments, by the way. Like they never said, no, I have this, that, there. There was none of that.
Right.
They both knew exactly where everything was. I met a kid.
When Obama became president, a lot of the original guys that were running those labels, they would bring in a New York guy to replace the Nashville guy, and then when the new guy comes in, he would start changing the culture of that label, which bled all the way down into the artists, and it bled all the way down into the publicity departments, and what kind of songs you were allowed to cut, what interviews you were allowed to do, who you were allowed to interview with. I started getting in trouble with the label because I was doing interviews with Sean Hannity. My record label went absolutely insane.
Watch what happens when we put mold under a Wi-Fi router for 24 hours.
In our hearing, we were actually notified, and you can pull this up, I think it was one of the witnesses had talked about.
So excited. So excited to talk to you, man. I have been so looking forward to it.
What's weird about Antarctica? There's nothing there. So if you want to go see the emperor penguins or all of the wildlife that is available, you can't go to the interior of Antarctica, which is where we were. It's fully set up, like library, indoor packing area for us to do our parachutes, bathrooms, showers, really nice tents. We're fully established. There's a blue ice runway. We flew in on a 757.
What's a blue ice runway?
A runway made of like blue ice. The runway you land on is straight fucking ice. There's lights on it's crazy. Like that, those are the tents we were staying in right there, that when that's hovering over there, those are the kind of tents that we were staying in.
Wow. How much food do we have up there?
As much as you could possibly want. They had a full like dining facility. The setup there is unbelievable. You can go and get food anytime you want to. They're doing like, they'll have a presentation every night. High-end like National Geographic photographer, all sorts of crazy motherfuckers past. What's weird about
the West Seattle and the Ballard Link extensions represent exactly this kind of strategic investment. And that's why I was very vocal at last week's Sound Transit meeting. We have to connect vibrant, growing neighborhoods with high ridership potential to our regional transit network. Back in the 1990s, when light rail was just a vision, we didn't know or anticipate perhaps some of the growth that we had, and this has been good growth, good jobs. Light rail currently has up to 3.4 million boardings a month. The West Seattle and Ballard extension will have over 200,000 daily boardings. These communities overwhelmingly supported light rail expansion for a safe and sustainable transit solution to where they need to go, including our beautiful waterfront park, and our grand opening you'll see of the park later this week. So what is the best approach to managing costs in a situation like this? Well, time is money. We've all grew up hearing that. We have to advance our projects quickly. Every single day of delay adds unnecessary expense to taxpayers.
Somebody taught me a long time ago a very valuable lesson, which is if you do the right things on the top line, the bottom line will follow. And what they meant by that was if you get the right strategy, if you have the right people, and if you have the right culture of your company, you'll do the right products, you'll do the right marketing, you'll do the right things logistically in manufacturing and distribution. And if you do all those things right, the bottom line will follow. So yes, we have obviously plans about where we'd like to see the bottom line, but we are focusing most of our energy not on financial re-engineering, because that's not what's been energy on the right strategies, the right market strategies, the right communication strategies, the right logistics and distribution strategies. Somebody talked.
Well, I'm in the second phase of my career, giving away all the wonderful money that Satya's good work has helped multiply a lot. But I think the thing that ties my first career that I still spend some time on because AI is so phenomenal. Citizens of the United.
So while the left
You've left it.
so effective immediately, no person other than a law enforcement officer shall possess a firearm, either openly or concealed, in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County. No.
1 week later.
Since the week I declared an emergency, we've seen 296 shots fired in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County. Violent crime moved through the city that resulted in a gun injury, 2 car hijackings, and a kidnapping with suspects not yet in custody.
Great success.
Great success.
And let me announce now, several of us bestie survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know that many of us were abused by them. Now together as survivors, we will confidentially tell the names we will know regularly in the next year. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved.
Massachusetts State Police responded to our FOIA request and released their report with some redactions. According to the report, Obama was on the scene shortly after Campbell went missing. The report also states an unmanned female staffer jumped into the water once Safari fell off his board, but it was already too late. He disappeared. We also now know that Secret Service has surveillance footage of Campbell from Obama's compound moments before he entered the water. So we're going to see if we can get that. We may have that for you again. I'm very, very sorry for the Safari's family. That is I remember there was a period when I was traveling around there when in about 15 days I met 12 separate people in different places because I was moving to a different place to speak every night that were telling me that they'd had the same experience, that they had seen someone appearing human transform into a non-human reptilian in these cases and then back again. And of course, your immediate reaction is, whoa, what?
Did you see Mark Zuckerberg won a gold medal at a Brazilian jiu-jitsu competition? Mark Zuckerberg is a fucking savage. This dude's been training jiu-jitsu. This dude did wear a COVID mask and fucking put a hat on. And he hit. And he's an alien. Imagine you're right about to compete in like maybe your first competition. Well, just keep trying. What's going to happen? Where's the gonna get strangled by a super nerd?
Come on, Chicago, get rated already. Come on, Chicago. All right, what am I doing now? I got the scrubber in there. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome recent Harvard University graduate, Shabbos Kestenbaum.
Oh, no. Shabbos Kestenbaum. My name is Shabbos Kestenbaum. Oh, brother. I am a proud first-generation American. I am a American. Proud Orthodox Jew. I love to say that. And 5 months ago, I complained suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism. They love to sue. I am suing Harvard for anti-Semitism. I'm not asking you questions here. Mr. Mackey.
I don't like it, man. What I like about it is I'm doing something I don't want to do. Every time I start doing things I don't want to do, I grow.
Yes, that's a lesson that people need to hear and learn. It's so important because everybody just wants to be comfortable. Everybody wants to sit and go, I don't want to do what's at school. I don't want to do this and talk. Like, you've got to do things that you don't want to do because you show your body that your mind is the boss. Your mind is telling your body what to do, and then you have control.
Yeah, I like.
I'm a person that let them, they're much more important to me, but I don't understand why it's a hostile act. I can tell you that I talked to President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think there was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me, he got on the phone, he told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then. He didn't treat this as a hoax. So at this point in time, I would hope that he would revert back to what he was saying to get elected, which is, I want transparency. This about face that occurred, none of us understand it. In fact, I don't understand how this is an issue that's up for debate. How do you not stand behind these women after you've heard their stories and know that hundreds of them were abused, and it was only because files are being kept in secrecy? The world should know who he is, who protected him, and the other.
But let's go back to this and say let's just use the number 1 in 10,000 at your age. Now, we're a little bit different in age. I'm not going to say how old you are, but you look great for your age. I will say that 1 in 36, if that's not a pandemic, then what is? 1 in 36, and it used to be 1 in 10,000 have autism now? Can any of you guys with this great face say that we should look at every aspect of what we're putting in our kids, be it from the food to the vaccines? 1 in 36, that scares the living daylights out of me. With 6 kids, I could have 36 grandkids. I'm just doing the math. I think my youngest is 7. My family seems to be pretty active in that area. So I'm not necessarily trying to be funny, but I'm being very serious, guys. We should support the fact that Bobby's questioning it. He's not saying he's against it. He's saying he's going to question it and let the studies follow where they will. And God bless you for doing that. Thank you.
30 years, infant mortality is declining. Right? For 30 years, before 2021, steady curve, you'll see it, always you see that. In 2021, shortly after the mass uptake of mRNA shots in childbearing women, we see a statistically significant inflection point. What that means is all of a sudden, right, the graph's going down, and then the inflection point right after the shot, boom, it shoots right up, and it hasn't gone down since. Right, so what's happening is now infants, babies ages 0 to 4, are dying 77% excess, even in 2025. So 77% more babies are dying than normal, far past mass mRNA injection campaigns. So what appears to be happening is there is possibly this genomic integration of this genetic material from the shots, possibly transferring to offspring. So this is not looking good. This is the first signal that appears to be detected. And so now this is something we really have to dig into and look and see the full scale of this transgenerational harm.
This mother isn't even American, so I don't know what the hell he's chanting USA for. I'll chant USA, not you, okay?
You ask me why I am in US now, because I was invited and I came here with my passport. Patrick invited me as a politician to come to US because as a European, I do recognize US as a leader of the free world and I pay my respect to this country. And I came here because I used to live under communism and Reagan when John Paul II freed our country, and I will be always grateful to the Republicans of the United States for the freedom of Poland and Europe.
This mother...
I'll just give you one example. I could sit here and give you thousands. But in 2002, CDC did an internal study of Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia children, and looked at children who got the MMR vaccine on time and compared those to kids who got them later. So in other words, kids who got it before 36 months and kids who got them afterward. The data from that study showed that black boys who got the vaccine on time had a 260% greater chance of getting an autism diagnosis than children who waited. The chief scientist on that, Dr. Long Thompson, the senior said that the vaccine safety science at CDC, was ordered to come into a room with 4 other co-authors by his boss, Frank DeStefano, who's the head of the immunization safety program, and ordered to destroy that data. And then they published it without that fact. So you know that story, I know that story, and you know hundreds of stories like that. It happens all the time. We are being lied to by these agencies, and we're going to change that right now.
In 1908, President Teddy Roosevelt wanted to declare the Grand Canyon off limits to all timber and mining operations. It would take another 11 years for Congress to designate the Grand Canyon a national park. Sensing the final opportunity for adventure, explorer G.E. Kincaid took a boat down the Colorado River and through the Grand Canyon. The canyon was rich in minerals like gold, silver, and copper, and Kincaid wanted to see what he could find before the area was closed off good. About 40 miles upriver from the El Topo or Crystal Canyon, Kincaid saw stains in the sediment formation about 2,000 feet up. He tied off the boat and got out to investigate. Kincaid couldn't find a trail, but after a short hike he found something interesting covered in desert brush. Steps, hundreds of them, carved in sandstone. Steps that wound their way up to a high shelf on the side of the canyon. He followed the steps until he came across a cavern entrance, an entrance that was clearly man-made. Kincaid entered the cavern and turned on his flashlight. On the walls he saw writing, but it wasn't English or Native American writing, it was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Kincaid looked at his flashlight and saw that the tunnel ran far into the distance. He didn't realize it at the time, but this was only the beginning. When G.E. Kincaid tied off his small wooden boat to investigate the strange coloration of the rock wall, he was hoping to find clues that would lead him to a mineral deposit. He wasn't expecting to find hieroglyphics. When Kincaid noticed chisel marks in the walls, he drew his pistol, turned on another light, and slowly walked deeper into the gloom. He kept detailed notes of everything he saw.
The main passageway is about 12 feet wide, narrowing to 9 feet toward the far end. About 57 feet from the entrance, the first side passages branch off to the right and left, along which on both sides are a number of rooms about the size of ordinary living rooms of today, though some are 30 by 40 feet square. These are entered by oval-shaped doors and are ventilated by round air spaces through the walls into the passages. The walls are about 3 feet 6 inches in thickness. The passages are chiseled or hewn as straight as could be laid out by an engineer. The ceilings of many of the rooms converge to a center. The side passages near the entrance run at a sharp angle from the main hall, but toward the rear they gradually reach a right angle in direction.
G.E. Kincaid now realized he was in a huge complex. He estimated that as many as 50,000 people had lived here. In some rooms he found granaries with shelves of glazed pottery, many of which still contained seeds. He found cooking areas and a huge dining hall. The rooms were full of ancient artifacts. Kincaid carefully wrapped the 2 small metal and ceramic objects for later study. Another large room Kincaid described as an area for metalwork, a technology that should not have existed in this area.
Here are found tools of all descriptions made of copper. These people undoubtedly knew the lost art of hardening this metal, which has been sought by chemicals for centuries without result. On a bench running around a workroom with some charcoal and other material properly used in the process, there's also slag and stuff similar to mat, showing that these agents smelted ores, but so far no trace of where or how this was done has been discovered, nor the origin of the ore.
G.E. Kincaid explored the underground complex for several hours, still having no idea when this place was used, what it was used for, or who the builders were. Then he came across another large room, a crypt. The crypt had shelf upon shelf and row upon row of mummies, dozens of them. At this point, G.E. Kincaid realized that if he was going to explore this entire underground city, it was going to be hell. G.E. Kincaid sent a few artifacts to the Smithsonian along with his notes of what he found. He requested financial and logistical support for what he felt was the most significant archaeological discovery ever made. The Smithsonian agreed. A few weeks later, Professor S.A. Jordan arrived with a team of about 40 scientists, researchers, and laborers to excavate and explore the ancient underground city. Now with more lights and manpower, the scientists realized that the cave system layout wasn't random, it was a symmetrical, deliberate design. The tunnels all led to a central chamber. In the chamber was a large statue of what Kincaid thought looked like Buddha.
Over 100 feet from the entrance is the cross hall, several 100 feet long, in which are found the idol or image. Or image of the people's god sitting cross-legged with a lotus flower or lily in each hand. The cast of this base is oriental, and the carving is cavern. The idol almost resembles Buddha, though the scientists are not certain as to what religious worship it represents. Taking into consideration everything found thus far, it is possible that this worship most resembles the ancient people of Tibet.
Because of this discovery, Kincaid's team started calling the complex the Citadel. The crypt is one of the bigger rooms discovered. Now, with enough light, Kincaid was able to fully describe what he saw.
The walls slant back at an angle of about 35 degrees. On these are tiers of mummies, each one occupying a separate huge shelf. At the head of each is a small bench, on which is found copper cups and pieces of broken swords. Some of the mummies are covered with clay, and all are wrapped in a bark fabric. The urns or cups on the lower tiers are crude, while as the higher shelves are reached, the urns are finer in design, showing a later stage of civilization. It is worthy of note that all the mummies examined so far have proved to be male. No children or females being buried here. This leads to the belief that this exterior section was the warriors' barracks.
Kincaid, Jordan, and the Smithsonian team explored the entire cave complex. They were overwhelmed with evidence that this was not some faraway temple. Priests. This was a huge city, lived in by thousands of men, women, and children, for hundreds or possibly thousands of years.
Yes, you can move too far left. And when you do, you wind up pushing the people in the middle to the right. At its worst, Canada is what American voters think happens when there's no one putting a check on extreme wokeness. They say in politics, liberals are the gas pedal, the conservatives are the brakes. And I'm generally with the gas pedal, but not if we're driving off a cliff. Sweden opened its borders to over 1.5 million immigrants since 2010, and now 20% of its citizens are foreign-born, and its education system is tanking, and it has Europe's highest rate of gangland killings, to which liberals say blaming immigrants for the rising crime rate is racist. Yeah, but is it true? Of course it's true. It's not a coincidence the quality of life went down after the Somali gangs started a drug turf war using hand grenades. Calling it racist doesn't solve the problem. Yes, you can.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the freaking frogs gay. I don't shit is crap gay. Frogs gay. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs!
I have a very strange take on this. I know it's going to sound super stupid to anybody who's a cynical pragmatist, but just bear with me. I think the boundaries between this dimension and other ones are permeable. And I have a feeling things can cross.
An environmental lawsuit was just exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around.
I'll just send you one example. I could sit here.
And by the way,
I never promised that I was.
Transparency is justice. Release the files. End the secrecy and stand with us and declare.
The new thing, he's off the COVID vaccine, he already cashed in his.
Today, I will try Texas barbecue for the first time as a journey. This is a real American experience. You have a cheddar glass, a bullet hole, yeah. So the beef has meat in it too. Pork and beef. This is a kinky country. I like it. Okay, it's been 25 seconds. We already have like 2,500 calories on this plate.
25 seconds and it's gonna take 2 years off.
Oh my god, look at this. I think this is the beverage that makes the frogs gay in America. Okay, holy shit. If I finish this, I'm gonna be real American. This is a beef rib. What happened to the beef suit? First step, you gotta dislocate your jaw like a snake. Yeah, very salty. With the flavor, how is that possible? It's so juicy, it melts in my mouth. I joke a lot about American food. This is one of the best things I've ever had. Americans, why didn't you start with that? That's the best thing America has to offer, I think. So this is the brisket. It's hard to grab because it's falling apart faster than democracy in America. It's a jokey joke, yeah. I love America, okay. As a German, the highest compliment I would say is not bad. Nicht schlecht, yeah? This is one of the sides, cream corn. It's more like corn cream because it actually has more cream than corn. Yo, that shit's good. It's very.
I have the heart of a small boy. I keep it in a jar on my desk.
I bet you get a lot of mileage out of that one.
I have never used that line before in my entire life.
Argentinians get it. Asado every weekend. Lots of steak. Dulce de leche. Chimichurri. Malbec. Yerba mate. Passed around like a sacred ritual. Gout.
Elon Musk, but I saw what happens when people do substances on this.
Look, that was legal in the state of California, and I think everybody's getting a little out of hand.
You're like, we're down here in Texas, so.
Okay, now, again, this is totally legal. Now, what you're gonna do here is take this.
Isn't it amazing that the word legal, when said fast, sounds like illegal?
Yeah, legal.
And then you go, wait, what did you say?
It's totally legal.
And vice versa, right?
Yeah.
All right, so what do I do?
Unscrew the cap.
I think it's my initials.
Unscrew the cap.
All right.
Put it about 6 inches from your nose, take a big sniff. Get in there.
All right.
Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Now imagine if you had COVID.
Wait. Well, let me just kind of experience that for a second.
Yeah, take it in.
Well, you know what's interesting?
Or it wouldn't be fair.
You know what's interesting?
The fresh ones are so
I
powerful.
feel it in my eye because the sinuses run.
Oh, now imagine if you had COVID. You can smell over there, huh? I imagine if you had COVID, you lost yourself to smell. Like this might be the key to getting it back.
As long as it's not killing olfactory neurons.
I don't think it's killing it. You can smell everything after it. I mean,
that's true.
I'm obviously biased.
So,
because I like that thrill for whatever reason. We haven't.
I actually enjoyed that. Thank you.
We have.
And those files do exist.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of pages of files. Oh yeah, every Republican or conservative person in those files, liberal, Democratic people in those files.
And they did that Maxwell person?
Yeah.
They're also involved?
Got transferred to a uniform security prison too recently, which is against the DOP policy because she's
The high level fucking witness.
That was the acting deputy chief of the Office of Enforcement Operations, Joseph Schnitt, telling a stranger about the FBI and DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. Schnitt, who works at a high level inside the Department of Justice, goes on to comment on the inconsistent statements, special treatment of Ghislaine Maxwell, and the blatant backtracking on promises of transparency.
And what do you
Or for the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Been there like 23 years. And I was, I'll be acting deputy chief of our office for a few months, starting next week. I work closely with all the federal law enforcement agencies, and the U.S. Attorney's offices, the prosecutors and stuff. The thing is, it's interesting because I do deal with so many idiots that they go to prisons, the Marshal Service, FBI, U.S. Attorney's office.
Recently, the FBI and DOJ have come under fire for promising transparency, then refusing to release footage and unredacted documents, going directly against the public's expectations and the promises made by Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel. In a DOJ press release, Attorney General Pam Bondi stated, quote, "This Department of Justice is following through President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators." Quote, it also claims they were shedding light on Epstein's extensive network, only to later.
Bill Clinton, and there's Tom DeLonge, is Tom Blanc.
Yeah, you had it. What's your impression? That's what I told you. It's not your favorite thing. It's not my favorite thing. I tell you what I do like about it. The subterfuge. I like to call them in, but trying to locate them, not having any idea where they are, and just setting them up the line and squawking and hoping that they come. That's for the birds.
I like Turkey, I don't know why, I just don't like
You ever hear anyone speak Russian? It's like, are you talking backwards? Russian literally sounds like English played in reverse, with someone pressing pause and unpause every second. It's like, Japanese is, it's a nice language. Is it? I don't know. Whenever I walk into a sushi restaurant, they just start yelling at me. That's not a nice language. That's the noise my blender makes. I shouldn't have. Yeah, the
RFK testified to the Senate Finance Committee and the Duke. RFK just testified to the Senate Finance.
There are civilizations pre-moon. They talk about, the moon not existing, and then there's, Sumerians talk about the pre-moon civil.
Most Americans will get.
There are civilizations pre.
I bet you've seen.
When I see the stuff that's happening to so many people that fall, BJ, the helicopters, all the other bullshit that was the reason that we even went into Vietnam.
The helicopters?
Yeah, LBJ, from what I understand, had money in helicopters.
Oh, God.
And was able to profit off of it.
Oh, God.
So, and people say it's a conspiracy theory, but why were we really there?
Well, I think the real reason was heroin.
I'll give you that, yeah.
I think that was the real reason. I think that's the real reason why we were in Afghanistan as well.
Oh, I would assume, yeah.
Want to make a bit of money? Get into farming. See this? I got this. Selling corn. Comes out of the fucking ground. I couldn't believe it.
What if the greatest mystery in the ancient world isn't in Egypt or Jerusalem?
Baalbek, which is located in Lebanon, and I had the great privilege of going there.
But buried deep in Lebanon, hidden in plain sight.
This block and another two are actually far older than the Roman period.
Beneath a forgotten temple lie massive stone blocks no human could ever build, cut with impossible precision and weighing over 1,000 tons each.
What is the weight of that? What's the overall weight? That's 1.7 million pounds.
No crane today could lift them, yet they've without shifting an inch. Historians stay quiet, engineers are baffled, and the deeper you dig, the stranger it gets. In this video, we're uncovering Lebanon's greatest mystery, a construction so advanced it threatens to rewrite everything we thought we knew about the ancient world. A city built for gods. Tucked in the Bikaya Valley of Lebanon lies a place that doesn't look real at first glance. Massive stone columns reach into the sky, remnants of a temple complex so grand that ancient Roman emperors themselves stood in awe of it. This is Baalbek. But while the towering ruins grab most of the attention, the real story hides beneath them, in the stone platform that defies logic and time. For centuries, Baalbek has been described as a Roman city. That's partially true. Around 60 BC, the Romans began building here, turning it into a major hub of worship centered around their god Jupiter. They constructed a massive temple, the largest they ever built to any deity, right here in this remote Lebanese valley. But the strange part is what they built it on top of. The base of the Temple of Jupiter is not just another set of Roman foundations. It's made of stones so large that they shouldn't exist in any known construction record from the ancient world. Long before the columns were erected, before the ornate carvings and grand staircases, these enormous stones were already there, stacked in perfect alignment. Some say the Romans placed them. Others aren't so sure. The largest three stones at the site are known as the Trilithon. Weighing between 800 and 1,000 tons each, they sit more than 20 feet above ground level. And they're not lying in a quarry or abandoned mid-transport. They're part of the very foundation of the temple, fitted so tightly that not even a knife blade can slide between them. No crane today could easily lift them. No fleet of trucks could deliver them. And yet they were moved and positioned in an age supposedly limited to ropes, pulleys, and muscle. Archaeologists agree that something about Baalbek doesn't add up. Yes, the Romans were master builders. Yes, they were capable of feats we still admire today. But even they had limits, and the stones at Baalbek might be one of those limits. You can stand at the base of the temple, look up at these stones, and ask yourself how anyone, even with enough manpower, could have lifted and perfectly placed them. It's a question that historians still debate. Some say it was clever use of levers and sand ramps. Others argue for the possibility of long-lost techniques. But there are no records, no ancient manuals, no explanations carved into stone. It's as if whoever built the platform didn't want to be remembered, or had already disappeared before the Romans ever arrived. And here's where things start to take a turn, because Baalbek wasn't always called that. Before the Romans, it was known as Heliopolis, City of the Sun. And even earlier than that, its name and origin vanish into obscurity. The Phoenicians likely knew.
getting sued.
When we imported
The Chiefs tight end who will be on the field this
Virginia State.
A lot of guys protect.
About 9.
Well,
I see that.
Yeah. But the primary threat of governments is against its own citizens. I mean, look at Russia, 1917, China, under the communist takeover.
Asking an honest question, John Arent. What do you got? Do you understand NFTs?
I know what NFT is and what it stands for, but no. I mean, Daniel wanted to get the three of us to
Do
do
you know
it.
what an NFT is? I don't get it. I don't know what it is. I've had 10 smart people explain it to me. And I just look at them with an open mouth. Non-fungible token. There it is. Asking an honest question.
Do you believe COVID-19 was politicized? Yeah, the whole process was politicized. Senator, I mean, we were lied to about everything. We were lied to about natural immunity. We were told again and again the vaccines prevent transmission, they prevent infection. It wasn't true. They knew it from the start it wasn't true because that's what the animal studies and the clinical trials showed. We were told that there was science behind cloth masks. The CDC allowed the teachers union to fight the order closing our schools, which hurt working people all over the country, and then pretend it was science-based. All of these issues, and then I can show you, like, for example, Chairman Biden was talking about me politicizing ACIP during COVID. Probably the most famous scientist on ACIP was Martin Kugler from Harvard, the great, now world-renowned epidemiologist and vaccinologist. And he criticized the COVID booster mandates. They ejected him from COVID because he wasn't in the orthodoxy. The two biggest health
the fuel load.
He is like Godzilla destroying Tokyo. Godzilla just blasted it with his, you know, electric fire or whatever. Just like he's already blown half of it down. And he's been in, what, 4 or 5 months? I mean, this is, again, folks, all you hear is criticism of Kennedy because of what he's doing. And even our own people, on average, are not tracking this like I do. It takes me hours a day to even track what Kennedy's doing.
100 years ago.
Ever been around a Belgian Malinois? They look at you like... It's all pulled.
Thomas Jefferson.
Good morning.
We are ending. That's just not, I think. What if?
Governor's gap.
You are effective.
For
The FDA,
we're ending,
And again,
Our door did not.
all the fields of science are,
active.
Yeah.
In 2000.
The first in the days after
lives in California. He a politician. He passing bills, every chaos and division. Yeah, the devil lives in California. He be in prison. He got orders, but he tries to keep him hidden. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that.
I'm so blind, so what?
Oh,
She's so fucking pretty. Is that what you wanted to see now?
that's a turn signal. Uh-huh. Why, I mean, you know what? Most LA drivers don't even need their turn signals anyways, so, yeah, there you go.
It's called a gear shifter.
Well, now you can't drive your car because you just ejected your gear shifter. Well, you might be shit out of luck there. Ooh. That's a new one. Is that your dog?
I don't know.
You said that's a cat?
Yeah.
No, that's a dog. That's a dog. What the fuck are you saying?
What makes it a dog?
You know what? I don't know. That's a little philosophical. You just gotta buff it up. We'll buff it up.
Look, I'm gonna introduce you to my fucking parents. My dad, he's a retired cop. I'm an active convict. My mom, she was a retired dentist. Yeah, and I need that fucking dentist. That's bullshit. Yeah, and I need that fucking dentist. That's bullshit. But look, I'm trying to sell my mom for the loan this DVD VCR combo. What do you mean it's obsolete? That's fucking like what, 75? You guys are fucking obsolete. You guys told me to fucking get a job or get a hustle. Where's my hustle? And look, this came from one of those fucking garage sales, fucking where they asked me to leave because I look all suspicious. It's one of those deals. You get asked to leave and you take whatever you want for free. You feel me? Yeah.
Bye. Yo, if I pull up next to you and say, "Get in, loser, we're hunting pedophiles," what you gonna do?
Oh, I've been waiting for this day. How much room do we have? Because, like, I've got a lot of artillery. Oh.
Alright guys, we got something special for Jeff today. Peanut butter and banana tortilla. Jeffy, get your butt over here, buddy. Buddy, get over here. We got you peanut butter and banana tortilla. Here, buddy. Oh yeah, baby. Oh my God, he loves it. He loves us.
If he was just being nice, he would have said, "Oh, I don't have a lot of time tonight. We could go get some Chick-fil-A, some hot chocolate real quick." And then,
Do you remember that time we was in the club and this guy pulled a gun out on my sister Sally? I didn't know what to do. Everybody was like freaking out. I go climb up the stairs. I see Mike. I don't know why I said, "Get Mike Tyson." The guy has a gun. I go, "Get Mike Tyson," in my head. I go up there and I said, Mike, look down there. The guy pulled a gun on my sister because she wouldn't dance with him. And you went, "Let me go talk to him." Ran up to him like this. His gun, they put like this in your finger, like if you have a gun. So Mike went.
Yo, what? I cannot even believe what I'm seeing right here. And just wait for that not related things completely 1000% irrelevant. This is a very real commercial by Fruit Roll-Ups. Watch it.
Hey bud, let's chat about your childlike sense of wonder. You see, this family has fun.
This was nice.
Fruit roll?
Childlike sense of wonder. They have fun. It's just a Fruit Roll-Up commercial.
Boyfriend, my ex-boyfriend. I'll take a picture because there's a gun right here.
It's already gone.
It's already gone? Oh, the gun's gone? No, please send to the album. It's 2463. Where did Mom tell you this? These people just not pop in the box of case, and it's him that sent them there. I mean, I need to, like, literally tell you guys everything. Hello? He's standing here recording me.
Because you're crazy. You're really crazy.
He's sitting here recording me saying there's nothing wrong there.
She's the boss.
Hey, that's awesome.
The dark side of Pornhub nobody talks about. After 7 years worth of tweets, this comment.
Check this shit out right here. Caught some dude stealing in our store. Watch this right here. He straight up pulls his dick out, flashes us his asshole.
we never taught the rules of this game, because if you knew them, you'd be unstoppable. There are 12 universal laws that govern this realm, cosmic codes woven into the fabric of creation.
Check this shit out. Check.
We were never taught the rules of this game, Because if you knew them, you'd be unstoppable. There are 12 universal laws that govern this realm. Cosmic codes woven into the fabric of creation. Not man-made laws. These are divine principles. Eternal, unbreakable. Whether you're aware of them or not, they are shaping your reality every second. Number 1, the law of divine oneness. Everything is connected. Every thought, emotion, and action ripples through the collective field. You are not separate from anything. You are the drop and the ocean. Both. Number 2, the law of vibration. Everything is energy, vibrating at its own frequency. You attract what you are, not what you want. Raise your frequency and reality shifts. Number 3, the law of correspondence. As above, so below. As within, so without. Your outer world is a reflection of your inner state. The patterns repeat until you break them. Number 4, the law of attraction. What you focus on expands. Your thoughts and feelings magnetize your future. Fear attracts more fear. Gratitude attracts miracles. Number 5, the law of inspired action. Manifestation needs movement. Dreaming isn't enough. The universe responds to aligned steps. Flow, not force. Number 6, the law of perpetual transmutation of energy. Energy is always in motion. Low vibes can be alchemized into higher ones if you choose. You are the transformer, the alchemist. Number 7, the law of cause and effect. Every cause has its consequence. Nothing is random. Karma is not punishment, it's the echo of your own vibration. Number 8, the law of compensation. You get what you give. The universe keeps receipts. Abundance flows where your intention and action align. Number 9, the law of relativity. Everything is relative. Your pain, your joy, your story only exist in contrast. Perspective is power. Number 10, the law of polarity. Everything has an opposite. Light and dark, love and fear. Duality is a tool, not a trap. Integrate both and you rise. Number 11, the law of rhythm. Life moves in cycles, seasons, phases, spirals. Ride the waves, don't resist the tide. Stillness is just as sacred as motion. Number 12, the law of gender. All creation requires balance, masculine and feminine, structure and flow, logic and intuition. Not about biology, but energy. These laws don't just govern the stars, they govern you. Master them, and you will unlock the codes of creation itself. You are not broken, you've just been misaligned. This is your reminder to remember what your soul already knows.
Did 6 million J really perish in World War II German concentration?
We were never taught.
Roman, you're up. Roman, what's your next target? Roman, what's your next target? What do you believe?
You call it release.
You were thinking, and then just fell asleep.
The dumbest fucking country on the planet, and so are most of the Canadians that voted.
Like guys like play music up front and stuff. I love how we try. Me and my homies play it all the time.
As I walk through the night, let the shadow look up. I take a look at my life.
Oh, this song? It's Gangsta's Paradise.
I thought it was Amish Paradise.
Nah, man. Oh, you want Amish Paradise?
This song's way different.
This one?
Kind of, but it's not Amish Paradise though.
Yeah.
Oh wow. And you like play Amish Paradise?
See what we got.
So is this Amish Paradise now?
Hopefully.
So you don't know about that?
As I walk through the night, where I harvest my brain, I take a look at my wife and realize she's very plain. But that's just perfect for an Amish like me. You know I shun fancy things like electricity.
Amish Paradise copied Gangsta's Paradise.
I thought it was really? I thought it was Amish. Like Amish Paradise.
They copied Vince's paragraph. So is that kind of heartbreaking?
It is. I didn't.
That's too fucking funny. Alright.
If the men find out we can shapeshift, they're going to tell the...
I don't see a difference.
Welcome back to If You Laugh, You're Conservative.
Where was that?
It's a small house.
Jackson, every time I get down here to pick you up, you come out of the water with a
God.
fish.
Oh my God!
The mullet adds 10 points to his fishing skill.
Holy you!
Call Dad.
Look at you shaking.
Call Dad.
Recording.
Call Dad.
God. Look at that small mouth! Oh my gosh!
The Crocs on too. My golden retriever, every time I tickle her paws.
If you touch that again, I shall kill you right now. Do not touch this. There's even no touching this. Good. Well then... Oh my God! I can't believe you reached across like that.
But can AI do this?
What do you, can AI not do this?
To the individual who gave me parking tickets. My car floated here. I did not park on this one.
Should have registered it as a boat. It's diabolical.
Taxi's here.
There's out in the wild, huh? Oh, howdy, partner. Did they really just say that? They saw that group of black people and said, "Oh my God."
That only goes so far. I'm kind of like, we should just let people be ugly. You know what I mean? Or let women be ugly. Men already get to. You're like pretty loose with it, you know?
Women love to hate men.
This shit, yeah, period.
I hope you're not lying to your followers talking about you driving a Mercedes-Benz. This is an Amazon van. Put your bets on. What are you doing?
Put your bets on, bitch. Oh!
Seems like pretty standard Jeep activities. It felt like the heaviness would never end. Yeah, let me just film myself crying. Oh, let me get all my sympathy. Yeah. Trying to be aesthetically pleasing gone absolutely wrong.
Unbelievable, bro. Ending.
What?
Heat, bro. The van about to tilt, son. I don't even know how to explain it. Tell the manager, son.
That wheel just glitched through the pavement.
It looks like those things will be cold for you.
He's going back to the trenches. Hey man, if the city doesn't fix the sidewalk, free bike ramp.
Yeah, boy.
Nailed it! And by it I mean his nose. He probably smashed it into his face.
Well, guys, I'm in Texas, so wish me happy travels and safe vibes and all of the above. Cause I'm not doing okay, but I'm ready for this adventure.
Don't go to Texas that much. Does someone have a gun on her off screen? Is she being kidnapped? Taken to Texas against her will? First of all, how did you fit in there? Oh, gosh. I can't. Oh, whoa, okay. I thought she fell over. She meant to do that.
Was she
Oh.
on her dogs?
E51. Bingo! Play now is free. Bingo Blitz. Now it's a bingo.
I amassed nearly $3,000 in Whatnot credit, and as you can see, I just went on a crazy shop.
This is where that singer got his name, Jelly Roll. Now that's a wave.
Oh, fuck that, man.
Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's sick.
Oh my god!
All righteous brother. Oh. Is that an albino buck? He ain't gonna get shot. Bro has that white privilege.
How to wash your baby. No. No. And that's it.
Incredibly informational. I probably would have used the pressure washer.
We more than just saved. We made for him to be, and his presence is great. He's not the good I am. He's the great I am. Like a child, like his green eggs and some hair.
You know, Uber has that new feature where you can request women drivers. I blame that feature.
I'm having fun. That's what he's about. Picture beats on a big one.
So my favorite thing to do when on board is lowball people on Marketplace. Things I wouldn't mind having if they said yes. And yes, I know it's annoying, but I am a serious buyer with cash. So like, anyway, I had 4 people say yes to my lowball offers this week, so I'm going to show you what I got. This was the first. It's a 2013.
Oh yeah, if you just have thousands of dollars of cash laying around. I thought she was buying little knickknacks.
Mini Cooper. It's just a base, but it's a 6-speed manual. It's only got 89,000 miles on it, and it doesn't need a thing. It's super clean.
Doesn't need a thing until you drive it 5 miles and something blows up.
It also gets like 40 miles per gallon, so like no brainer. A Grum because, you know, why not? This one is something I actually wanted pretty bad, but I also got it cheap, so that was even better. Bone stock, 1 owner.
Girl, this is not a flex. You're buying money pits. There's a reason why they're getting rid of them.
2008 335 Xi. For those of you that don't know anything about BMWs, it's all-wheel drive, has a twin-turbo inline-6, and a 6-speed manual. And it only has 1 broken cup holder. Last, and probably also least, the 08 Gixxer 600.
And a Gixxer. Ah, to live your life.
Rob's favorite.
Oh, does she have a mechanic husband? That must explain it.
Will never understand trying on a cute dress and heels for no reason.
Hi, the boys here, and you are incorrect. I know exactly what it feels like, and it's wonderful. I mean, seriously, the heels, the dress, the legs, I love it.
Oh, bro's struggling. Dig deep, brother. Only 20 more minutes of this 300-pound dwarf down your back. Neighbor, nice breeze out today, huh? Oh, sick. Oh, Oh, you know, in Wisconsin, there's nothing but a breeze. Oh. Bro. Damn, nature, you scary. Is that Timmy Tough Knuckles? Ooh, damn, bro. Oh man, I didn't know Timmy rolled like that. You know, when you're drunk enough, your bones turn to rubber.
I want to be a marshmallow. What would you do if you were a marshmallow? I would just wobble around. What? I would just wobble
around. To be a kid again, wanting to be a marshmallow. I pay attention to things most people ignore. When my son said he wanted to be a girl, I listened.
I am so lucky because when I was a kid, I dressed up as Leonardo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I'm so happy that my parents just, didn't affirm that for me. And didn't, dye my skin green and, put a shell on my back for the rest of my life.
I wanted to be a pirate. I'm so sad they didn't cut off me knee and pop out one of me eyeballs.
Yeah, there you get it.
The first time I've actually enjoyed a Jeep Liberty. God bless America. Uh-oh. Here comes the Honda Pilot, I think. Oh! Why not? Why not? All right. Good, you. Go, Rango! Oh! This is for hit my wall. Wait, was he still in it? That's for hit my wall. This right here is the Redneck Olympics. 2025 Tahoes have ventilated seats. 98 Tahoes have the crotch vent. Oh yeah. Keep it breezy down there, fellas. Las Vegas police used the grappler to stop a carjacking suspect. Sick. This thing is so cool. It's like this net that comes down in front of the car and wraps around their rear axle. Their rear axle. Oh! Bro got hit like a video game, all his coins popped out.
I'm so sorry.
Engagements don't have to be dramatic, especially when he's already your baby's daddy, huh? Hey, yo, you want to do the damn thing? I mean, it fits, so okay. Did she just give him a thumbs up? And back to the meal.
So I'm trying to go grocery shopping and Trader Joe's, and I can see inside, look through the entrance, and there's
You must be afraid of a mirror.
get out of place.
I think you'd feel more comfortable in one of those rooms with padded walls. That's genius. Drewski making skits.
Oh, what's good? Do you have any connections with anyone who can make me a white man? I go to NASCAR, right? Okay. They let me on the road.
Yo, how do you think this makeup looks, man?
Whiter.
Drewski, people will genuinely think you're white.
For the 2 minutes in this video, I will be. And like 50 white people who will all be convinced that I'm actually white. I get a mullet and a sunburn. Already we throwing them off, because those are things we don't usually do. I'm not sure I'll go. I put on a voice like I was born and raised in Alabama. I'm gonna be racist to you in the makeup. I'm a great actor, so it's gonna feel real.
Weren't you actually raised in the South?
The white part.
This man is a genius.
The white part.
Scrolling marketplace for a car in 1987. Oh yeah, it's different. Now I'm not that old, but I do remember Auto Trader.
If they raise the minimum wage, you're still working for minimum wage.
So this is Graham Linehan. He got arrested in the UK for tweets saying men shouldn't be using the women's bathrooms. This is him at his court date.
You have a few words, I haven't put in words.
Keep men out of women's sports. My man. He getting attacked by some random ass bug.
Like a scene from a horror movie that caught you so off guard with how funny it was. I'll never forget the first time I saw Cabin in the Woods, because I bursted out laughing in my theater.
It's gotta be when Chris Hemsworth rides the dirt bike into the energy wall and just disintegrates, right?
The build-up and the end result is just perfection.
Okay. There's no way across.
Yep.
What are we gonna do, jump?
For Jules.
Don't hold back.
Never do.
That's a cameo. Well, money doesn't buy you driving skills, apparently.
You're telling me that in 55 years of women running a marathon, we've caught up within 9 minutes of a man?
9 minutes is an eternity for an elite athlete. But let's not go elite. Let's go average. So the average man runs a marathon 30 minutes faster than the average woman. The average mile pace is about 10 minutes. This means the average man is running 3 miles faster than the average woman. That's not close. I don't know if this is girl math or what's going on here.
Howdy, Chuck.
No one calls me Chuck. No.
I'm doing it.
Okay, that's done.
I don't want this anymore. Okay.
Got a lot of attitude, that's for sure. Were you in Ozark, or am I just losing my mind?
You're losing your mind.
Are you sure?
Out of your damn mind, yeah.
Do you know Marty Bird?
Oh my god.
Blink if you know Marty Bird.
So you're a big freedom of speech guy, right?
Yes.
Alright, so I want to know your opinion on BDS laws.
Are your First Amendment rights taken from you?
I believe they are.
Well, then someone should sue and bring it up to the Supreme Court if that's the case.
Cool. Good to hear it. Terrible meeting you.
These people are insufferable.
Mom, is anyone going to show up to his party?
I don't know. I don't know if they are. He's outside waiting.
Woke up, little man. Woke up to your party.
Lucas, did you invite your friends?
Diabolical things I want in a man. Number one, height. My man's gotta be above 6'2". My last 2 boyfriends were 6'3", both of them. And they were jacked. And they looked really good.
This is the evolution of carry, the Ridge wallet. Let's see how it redefines your essentials. Elegantly minimal.
They looked really good.
So why aren't you with them now? I'd be this personality.
How am I supposed to downgrade from that? So, unfortunately, my next man will have to be 6'2" and up. Number two, you can't have a bed. I need you built. I need you fit and going to the gym multiple times a week. I'm sorry.
Oh, that could be changed. I can't.
Greatly. I'm just not gonna date a fat guy. If I can be in the gym 5 days a week and be fit and care about how I look, you can do it. Number three, he cannot have a salary cap. Whatever.
Oh, if your exes are so great, go be with them.
Right.
Why do you think the government treats pleasant and delightful felons like yourself unfairly by putting you in jail for owning guns?
That's not unfair. If I got a gun, I should have a gun.
You shouldn't?
No, felons.
Felons shouldn't have guns.
I think I should be allowed to own a gun. And I got a lot to protect, so I should be able to protect myself, protect my family.
Yo, he has to pleasantly and delightfully keep that blicky on him.
Thou shalt not pass. I don't want you too big to sit on my lap, chauffeur.
Hey, he's in 4-wheel drive.
Holy dog shit, when did The Rock become Dalsum from Street Fighter? Mahatma Gandhi looking ass retired cab driver. Earthworm Jim looking ass tanning salon manager who's being indicted for a tarot card Ponzi scheme.
White guy saying looking ass, I love it. Now, The Rock is what, 53? He's just coming off steroids. And that is what happens. You lose a lot of muscle mass when you're not on the juice.
Buddy looks like Walter White's about to murder him with a wheelchair bomb. Why did losing 50 pounds of muscle turn him into an elderly Indian man? I can smell what The Rock is cooking, and so can his upstairs neighbors, downstairs neighbors, and the entire apartment complex. The people's elderly onset rheumatoid arthritis. The Rock looks like the kind of guy who laughs out loud at Boost Mobile commercials. 1 minute he's body slamming Vin Diesel into a volcano, the next he's asking you to put on shoe covers before entering his marble floor bedroom.
Giving my son the best surprise.
So, we're not going to watch the race right now on TV. We're going to go. Practice, we're going to get in the car, and we're going to drive about 5 hours, and we're going to go to the Razorback game. And we're going to watch the Razorbacks beat Kansas. We can come back tomorrow.
Work your damn heart. These offshore call centers are getting out of hand.
Alert. Landing gear malfunction.
Tower, this is Ghost Rider 1488. I'm getting a landing gear frozen alert. Can you patch me through to support?
No, please hold.
Hello, sir. Thank you for calling Tech Support Solutions. My name...
I'm in an F-35 at 15,000 feet and the landing gear is locked up. I've tried my checks and it's still frozen.
Yes, sir. I understand the situation. Please try turning the aircraft off completely and then turning it back on again.
It's a jet fighter, not a laptop. That isn't going to work.
Sir, our system is showing...
Support. Fell to avert 200 million F-35 fireball. Pilot ejected and suffered only minor injuries. Damn!
How many phases are in the menstrual cycle? Do you know?
Well, I'm not a woman, so enlighten me.
I know there's ovulation, menstrual, at least 2, maybe more.
I'm gonna go in order. Menstruation, follicular, ovulation, and the luteal phase. During which of those phases can a woman be pregnant? When can she get pregnant? Which of those phases?
During ovulation.
And luteal, yeah.
It's funny how she's trying to educate Charlie on the biology of a woman, but probably can't answer the question of what a woman is. A woman has 4 phases, but they can also have a and balls.
He is absolutely flying up that freeway.
The best Dodge Charger commercial ever made.
Holy hell. What's his current speed from the chopper, Marco?
The speed tracker is reading 152 miles per hour.
Oh, what?
That's insane.
Hell yeah.
It's faster than the last Charger chase we covered. This guy is really
This happens often?
smart. There's literally 2 police cruisers just ahead after the junction, and I think he's coming off this exit here.
This guy, the helicopter's rooting for the Charger.
Funny you say that because the Miami police scanners did just announce that they are waiting ahead just a second ago.
Well, I think that's why he's coming off, and now he has taken the exit.
There is some traffic there. I guess he's planning to try the rural streets, maybe?
I don't think so. My experience is telling me he's about to pull off the old switcheroo and jump straight back on the freeway at some speed. Look at that. That Charger is hauling up that freeway, and within a minute, that car can literally do 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds.
Holy hell.
Did you just see that? He changed 2 lanes at over 100 miles per hour.
This reporter's getting a Hellcat after work. I'll tell you
I'm not waiting around. I've literally got my camera in full optical zoom. Luckily, my pilot has just called through and got clearance to cut across town and catch up. I don't think Miami PD chopper appreciates us being here, but sorry, boys, we got a job to do.
As you can see from the Skyhawk chopper, the cops are there right behind him now.
After about 30 minutes, they have indeed finally caught up. Something is telling me they won't last long.
That car is also very, very incredibly fast.
Indeed, that is a Dodge Charger Scat. Something PD wouldn't be able to afford.
He's just...
That's funny. The PD can't afford.
fucking kidding me?
He's just
Oh, these lowly cops. They have an RT at best.
turned onto, I think that's 187
Look at the speed on that thing.
I know, right? The power from it is insane.
Jesus, I just can't get over how fast that just picked up some momentum.
You know, when this guy gets out of jail, Dodge better send him a free scat pack.
Yeah. It appears there's a lot of police activity down there. And, well, we've just got back to the chopper, Marcus. What's happening?
Well, what's happened is they've lost him. He's driving around this.
Oh, we got away!
Looking for the car, scratching their heads because he may have gone into a building, but my camera, well, let's just say it didn't see anything.
Let's just say I know exactly where he went, but I'm not going to tell you because later on he's going to take me for a ride.
What music do you guys listen to? I know you said in the beginning there's some different songs. It was people sneaking some Def Leppard. But if not, do you guys just sing a lot? Is there a lot of Amish songs and dancing as well, or no?
No. In our community, there's not really any dancing. There's the only music songs that are really allowed would be like German hymns, and sometimes we like sneak out on the weekends and stuff and
listen to some Soulja Boy or something.
Yeah, Def Leppard, Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi.
A lot of Amish, like rock and roll, and then I guess house EDM music.
Oh.
And then also a lot of country like Garth Brooks, Mark and Wallen, people like that. But I also listen to like a little bit of rap stuff. Like Amish Paradise that's a pretty good song.
Amish Paradise?
Yeah.
Who sang that?
Weird Al Yankovic.
Of course, makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. That's great.
Yeah, Amish Paradise. I love that song.
That's a banger, huh?
It is a banger. Yeah. But it was a pretty good song.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but don't Amish people do like a pilgrimage at some point?
Yeah.
Like they leave the community for like a year or whatever and go experience the outside world?
Yeah, they can. Back to the Future.
Oh, Fox Body Mustang. Decent. A lady came through the drive-thru with 7 huskies in her car.
Oh, fuck.
Where's the driver?
Oh my god!
Yeah, I give them free drinks every time, just to see the puppies. Oh, she's in there somewhere.
A man that wants you to text him first is a man that's in his feminine energy. He's princess. He wants you to chase him. I'm so sorry, we don't do that. He needs to go to the doctor and find his balls. That's what he has to do.
Enjoy being single forever. Next.
I sold out years ago and I'm a coward, but since I'm being canceled, I don't give a crap anymore. That's why I brought Rachel Zegler back on the show so I could tell her what I really think. Thanks for being here, skank. I'm actually really excited to be here, Stephen. Shut up. Nobody wants to hear what a woke Colombian fish has to say. I just wish you had bigger cans. Stephen, that's extremely unprofessional. You know, you're like a New York 5. I'd say 6, but your eyes are so far apart, I'm positive you see in multiple directions. Sometime. We'll be a Colombian fisherman in the catfish he caught. How dare you, Stephen? I'm glad you're being cancelled. Yeah, well, I sold out years ago and I don't give a crap. You know, ever since Snow White, when I look at you, all I see is Lord Farquaad. Sometimes I see an Oompa Loompa working at Hot Topic. Tell me, what's it like to be the most irritating woman to ever appear on camera? Stephen, I can't believe you just said that to me. Wait a minute, I just thought of someone even more annoying. Hang on. Hello? Yeah, is this that gay black chick who is cast as Jesus? Who is this? It's Stephen Colbert. I sold out years ago and I'm a coward. Who is this? Dennis Rodman with a stinky taco pocket? Damn you, Stephen! I can't believe you would say that to a woman who's black and gay. Rachel, you never believe this, but I just spoke to Xerxes from the movie 300. Stephen, you have to stop. You're completely out of control. Oh, you think I'm out of control, huh? You think I sold out years ago and I'm a coward? I sold out years ago and I don't listen to gay late night hosts. In fact, from now on, I'm doing whatever I want. I don't give a crap anymore.
So America spent more on fireworks for one day out of the year than 83 countries' entire military budget.
Proud to be American. Is that a Caprice? Damn. It's all you never saw, been in trouble with the law. Can you even get these in America anymore?
Do they have ADD in the Amish community?
So, I don't even, do you know what is ADD? I'm not even quite sure.
Oh, wow. ADD, it's like, let me think. You ever have that feeling like when somebody's tickling you or whatever, kind of?
Yeah.
And you're like, you just can't even handle it?
Yeah.
It's like that feeling, but it's like in your brain, kind of, when you're trying to pay attention. So it's like your paying attention doesn't work, you know?
No, I don't think anyone has ADD that I know of. I hope not, because that would be too fun to have.
Yeah, I think it's like, you get to change your mind without even doing it, you know?
So if you drive a car, if you have ADD, so can you focus on the road, or you're like looking over to the ditch, then this car and the guy in the passenger seat?
I think it gets a little bit testy for some people, like it's too much, you know? Yeah, pull that up. Do the Amish have ADD? Pull that up. That's a great question.
Yeah.
The Amish do experience ADD, but reported rates are noticeably lower than in the general population.
Yeah, you can't build a barn with your bare hands with ADD.
And diagnosis practices may differ significantly due to cultural and lifestyle factors.
Thank you for attending this meeting of canceled mascots.
Aunt Jemima.
I'd like to welcome our first white member.
Howdy.
So they're not just canceling minority mascots anymore?
They're coming for all of us.
Since you're new, tell us your story.
Well, I was just minding my business, sitting next to
Give me no choice. Here comes the smolder.
Guys, there's a pirate in 2025. They're lying about the numbers.
Huh. It looks a little, s'il vous plaît, black. A little Somalian.
Name a time that most people get up in the morning. A time most people go to bed at night. A southern state, North Carolina. Something you buy in a delicatessen, pickles. Something you put in tea, tea bag. That's 5. Let's turn around. This is going to be embarrassing for both of us. You needed 113 points. You also need an earthquake to get you out of it. I said, name a time that most people get up. And being the Einstein that you are,
Okay, he did ask him for a time specifically, so.
said, morning. Our survey said, now that wasn't bad enough. I then said, name a time that most people go to bed. You said, of course, night. Our survey said,
Oh, okay. Not bad.
I had asked you for a southern state. You said North Carolina. Our survey said 4.
4, okay.
Now we know there are 6 people crazy, and then we said something you buy in a delicatessen. You said pickles. Our survey said
what?
Then something you put in tea. You said tea bag. Our survey said $99.
Daughter's been stashing cash for 2 years.
Well, why'd you break the little first?
Okay.
Oh, that's stuff.
Okay, I want to see you come up on this.
No, just hit it down. Hit it down. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I got it.
I'm sorry. Oh, shit.
Oh, it is over the Just take her eyelashes off. She's ready.
She's ready.
There you go.
Yep. Oh.
That boy.
That's crazy.
That'll buy you about 2 Happy Meals nowadays. Man simply eats leaves while being charged by a silverback gorilla.
The gorillas And we got charged and charged and charged again. And I think, and I'm sure, if I would have even...
Man, he must be married to a Latina because he showed no fear. You only get that brave by dating or marrying a Latina. I've heard of 100 guys versus 1 gorilla. That guy versus 100 gorilla. Chuck Norris has an action figure of him. He calls 911 and asks if they have an emergency. Talk about guerrilla warfare tactics. A man has literal balls of steel.
If I cut enough grass, bro, somebody getting pregnant. If I do it. If I do enough yard work, somebody getting pregnant. You keep raking, bro, and suddenly you rake up into some ovaries, bro, and there you are, bro. Y'all in love.
Ovaries.
You got a family, baby. Praise God, man.
Mr. President, making it illegal for trans women to completely dominate female sports is a mistake. But since you're so keen on taking those rights away from girls with pork whistles, I thought I'd show you the consequences of your policies. As you know, this is Leah Thomas. She's a professional swimmer and NCAA champion in the 500-yard freestyle. You think she could have made it that far in the men's league? This is Jake Paul. He fights retired male boxers and acts like he's a world champion, which basically makes him a trans athlete. He's only until he runs out of retired male boxers and starts fighting women. Are you going to force Jake Paul to fight men his age instead? And this is Tyreek Hill, wide receiver for the Miami Dolphins. He beats women all the time. You don't believe that banning trans women from female sports is wrong? I'm sorry, Gavin, but it's just not fair for men to compete in women's sports. You're just not seeing how these female python masters are at a disadvantage, Mr. President. You see, every time they run, their beef stick slaps one of their thighs and reminds them of who they really are. This isn't the place to play that. But what about the women who feel uncomfortable changing with these men in the girls' locker room? You think they're the only ones who are uncomfortable? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to hide an erect baloney pony when you're ogling a bunch of naked chicks? It's really uncomfortable. I guess I understand, but why do you want trans women to compete with real women so badly? Because I was on the girls' basketball team in high school. You were? Yes. I know I don't seem like a female athlete, but it's true. I got to see so many pairs of melons that year, I felt like a champion. I just want other men with poor coordination to have a chance to dominate women at least once in their lifetime. And to see as many melons as I did.
The true reason men want to be on women's teams exposed. Them melons.
I didn't think that factor could help me reach my protein goal. Boy, was I wrong. 3 high-protein breakfasts for a year? Yeah, that's...
And melons.
I have a golden retriever. You don't have to do nothing to that dog. Like, that dog just wants to be a friend. Like, he's not, you don't have to ever worry about him being aggressive. He's a sweetheart to everybody. Anyone that comes over the house. If you came over the house, it was like he's known you his whole life and he hasn't seen you in a year. He'd be like, starts wagging his tail and circling you. He's so happy. I don't have to worry about him. I love this dog.
The mom in that Netflix doc.
Moms and I were just wondering. Our daughter.
You ugly ass! Only thing flatter than that ass is that jump shot!
Yeah, she kind of looks like Quasimodo.
You got, hey, let me see. You got the rock? No, get over here.
Tried to smuggle a rock past security.
I do remember they had like this cool band. I went to a black fraternity. It was Nickelback, but it was black guys doing it, right? It was like
Don't even say it.
Nickelback.
Don't even say it. That cover band. What is that? Don't even say the name of the Nickelback black cover band's deal.
Travis Kelce impersonates Patrick Mahomes.
Had a plan for this all summer long, and now we're just ready to play football again.
Travis, what was last night?
Oh man, it was crazy. It was a lot of fun seeing all the fans there. And
he had that one coming for telling everybody I didn't know where Brazil was on the map.
Moral of the story, White Claw and golf should never be mixed.
Bye. That is a 58-year-old Perkins 3-cylinder diesel. It's completely mechanical, not a single spark of electronics anywhere on it. And she's still running. She's never broken down. She's never had to be taken apart. She starts the first time every time, and she can run all day long on a single tank of fuel. Now, I know she doesn't have the power that a lot of modern engines today have. But I also know that there's not a single modern engine that will ever see the years of service that old girl back there has seen so far. And I say so far because she's not done yet. So I don't know what it is about our modern society that has made us sacrifice long-term reliability for short-term power and comfort. But I believe we need to make a push back in the other direction.
It's called planned obsolescence. Manufacturers create products with a determined lifespan, so you have to buy another one after the old one craps out on you. Cars, televisions, especially phones. Hell, we had to buy a new iPhone for my mom because she had like an iPhone 7, but Apple wouldn't support it anymore.
Sit. Good sit. Good job. Good boy. Here's the secret behind my 5-star food delivery service. When I first pick up a food delivery from the store, I place it into a Ziploc bag and into a bucket of hot water, which helps the food stay warm during transportation. Once I arrive to the customer, I take the food out of the bucket and I put on this sticker, which helps increase tips by 15%. I create a salt circle around the customer's front door, place the food in the middle, and then spray it with Amazonite powder to cleanse the food.
Hey, DoorDash? I think this crazy lady left anthrax on my porch. Donald Trump flying a load of illegal immigrants back to Mexico.
Is your pilot speaking? They tell me the plane is malfunctioning.
Oh, no.
Surprised. They were very unfair when they gave me this plane. They're giving us bad planes, nasty planes, and they know a lot more about flying planes even than a lot of the engineers do. I look around and see all the beautiful lights and switches. Nobody knows what they do. They said flip that one, and maybe this one. They said let's flip all the switches. Bye.
1989 training, the grill skill rap.
Now working the grill, Bill, it ain't so tough. But first of all, you got to check your stuff. Like a grill that's at 250 with the meat and cheese that's ready to go. A towel to keep your station looking cool. But most of all, you got to have your tools.
Hell, I worked there.
What are you doing, Captain Crack Sparrow?
Quiet about it. Quiet about it.
Bro, chill.
She's been hanging out with Dad a little bit more. He seems to be a little more patient. You can tell by the way that he was just very patient right there with her.
What? How can somebody not love this place? How can somebody not love you?
To the people of UK who think this Putin-loving free speech imposter and Trump sycophant will protect freedom in your country, come on over to America and see what Trump and MAGA are doing to destroy our freedom, kidnap college students off the street, ban books from our libraries, militarize our police and unleash them against our communities, take over our universities, wreck our professional civil service, and turn the government into a money-making machine for Trump and his family. You might think twice.
You might twink. Oh, we know what this liberal's got on his mind.
Before you let Mr. Farage make Britain great again.
How many people do you think were arrested in Britain for things they said on social media last year? 3,300.
This kid seeing Dolly in real life is all of us. Dolly Parton? We got American royalty right here.
Pretty much is.
There it comes. Oh no. Oh no, I can't get another puppy. Should I? No. I must resist.
This thing is headed our way, but the key to the forecast, right before this thing makes landfall, it is going to be deflected by Godzilla. Now, that can change between now and then. We're looking at the latest data. We'll continue to bring you the very latest.
There's some 80-year-old grandma sitting at home watching this going, oh my! I'm gonna call my grandson Godzilla!
I do want to encourage you, though, that if you ever do see a sleeping coyote, do not wake it. Bad idea.
Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess. The witch went to the east, bro.
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong? She wore a crown and she came down in a ball cave. Grow up. Grow up.
On three. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, God, son of a biscuit eater, the hurt.
Son of a biscuit eater.
What's 4th of July about?
It's Captain America's birthday.
Hell yeah.
Close enough.
Today at school? I like that. That's so good.
Let's settle this right now. I should play Princess Tiana. I mean, I'm literally from the waters.
I agree. And I think it should come out on Disney Plus.
Disney Plus XXXL.
I don't know who this lady is, but I'll bet she multiplies if you spray her with water. She's the head monster from a Dr. Seuss book about cannibalistic marauders who live in caves alongside the interstate and eat newlyweds.
What video made you laugh? Drop a comment down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Conservative Vibes. I'm CV, and I'll see you.
Streamies has officially been shut down, man. This is the worst news in sports since Skip and Shannon Sharp broke up. A moment of silence for go, man. This is how I watch every single game, every Sunday. Now, even though where I'm going to go to watch and stream games, bro. The rumor is that Roger Goodell sent a team of assassins over to Idris Ben and they got the guy the day before NFL season starts. Alright, Roger Goodell had them boys tracked down like Obama did Osama. They got Prince Moses, man. Free them boys in Egypt, bro.
I'm changing to per code. Wait, what?
Stupid. She asked the dog if the dog was okay? What the fuck?
Why do experienced drivers always have this gap storage box in their car? Every time.
Hey guys, I am doing my evening walk as part of September Cut Month. Gotta do those 2-a-days if you're hoping to get shredded. Pretty sure I'm about to get rained on, but that's okay. There's a comment I get a lot on this topic, and I really think that it merits some discussion. So, the concept is in relation to recently the cut month of September, where about 200 of you are joining me trying to shed as many pounds as possible during the month of September. And I got this quite a bit when I was doing the cut several months ago as well. And the question is, why would you want to be all shredded and extremely low percent body fat going into the catastrophe cycle? Wouldn't you want a little bit of extra fat on you? And the answer to that is yes. So why am I doing this? Well, one, for most people, it would take 18 months to 2 years to get to that level. That's not what we're talking about doing. Most people could stand to lose a few pounds for their health, which is arguably more important for what's coming. Another point is that I still genuinely believe we're 15, 20 years away from this thing. So what you do in this month of September really is not going to have all that meaningful an impact. I'll make sure I can hit this tree. But perhaps most important, maybe it will be good for you to learn how to be a little hungry. Maybe it would be good for you to learn how to operate with different body compositions. Maybe it would be a good thing for you to learn how to go several days without food, or several days with a absolutely minimal amount of food. I can promise you this, the more you do it, the easier it gets. The more you do it, the less hungry you are. Anyway, just something to think about. At this point, it's take for me. Couldn't be easier. Anyway, last final stretch here, last hill. See you guys in the morning for the daily show. Be safe, everyone.
Explain to me, Rougiette. It's like a breath mint that spices up the bedroom. Yes.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Sick.
Not the best to drink out of.
You can.
time to go work out.
Disconnect.